41st Millennium. For more than 100 centuries, the God Emperor has sat immobile upon the golden throne of Terra. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods, and master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass, writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day so that he may never truly die. Yet even in his deathless state, the Emperor continues his eternal vigilance. Mighty battle fleets cross the demon-infested miasma of the Warp, the only route between distant stars, their way lit by the light of the Astronomicon, the psychic manifestation of the Emperor's will. Vast armies give battle in his name on uncounted worlds. The greatest amongst his soldiers are the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines, bioengineered super warriors. Their comrades in arms are legion. They are the Imperial Guard and countless planetary defense forces, the ever-vigilant Inquisition, and the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, to name only a few. But for all their multitudes, they are barely enough to hold off the ever-present threat from aliens, heretics, mutants, and worse. To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim darkness of the far future there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter, and the laughter of thirsting gods.
It's doing the dumb thing again. Okay, there we go. Alright then, ladies and gentlemen. We are live over on YouTube. Things are functional. So, we are going to be picking up where we left off last time. Hopefully you can see me properly. Everything looks good on my end. Do tell me if everything is good over there. And I'm just gonna power us right into things. So, we're picking up where we left off at the electrodynamic synovium. Hail, Arid, hail, Red Phelan. Welcome, sir. Glory to my mods. And, yeah, we're diving right in here. If it will load. Alright, there we go. Okay. So, I have everyone.
Follow my lead.
Now, we just need to go diving into
Mistress
things.
Cabela, you move with the utmost confidence in unfamiliar places. And yet, until now, you have spent your entire life on a void ship.
This place is almost like the plasma drive chambers on the flagship. The deadly flashes of the machine's spark, the smell of scorched flesh, and threads that must be severed.
Thank you very much, Arid Hail. That's not disturbing at all. Okay. So, yes, our dear Kibbles, the Death Cultist, is doing Kibbles things. Let's check up here first. I can't remember if this will throw us into the fight with, Dingus Khan first or later. Let's check that. On the maladies of machine spirits and the ways of diagnostic divination. Hello, Natty McBatty. Welcome, milady. Alright, let's check for loot in here.
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
Of course there is. I have not found that before. A tech priest's body rests on a metal table, surrounded by sparking spirals of copper coil. A patina of sacred unguents covers his withered flesh. His augmetics have been polished with great care. Intricate electus cover the dead man's crossed arms and bare torso, and strands of wires envelop his head. I'm only slightly late. You are absolutely on time. After all, you arrived precisely when you meant to. Okay, he has definitely been dead a while. Pascal respectfully bows his head before the dead man, carefully touches the shriveled body with the tip of his mechadendrite. Honored adherent, I thank you for showing us the truths of fabricated General Pekovar's maxim. Death does not end the service of spirit-driven. Tech use 55, examine the body. Tech use test succeeded. The body seems motionless, but you notice a slight tremor in the fingertips. The ancient servant of the Omnissiah must be data dreaming. His mind, enveloped in digital reverie, can persist for hundreds or thousands of years while his frail body is decaying. This sacred state of trance is a great reward only earned by the wisest and most pious servants of the machine god. Oh, that's not disturbing at all. Cassia. Such purity of color, I have never seen anything like it. Deep tranquility, shrouded in a cool white cloud. Such unity of thought and spirit. The dead are incapable of exuding such hues. Next to the table the body is resting on, you see small amulets crafted from burned cogitator circuit boards. There is no dust on these small offerings. They were clearly left here recently. Can you hear me, Tech Priest? The light in the crypt becomes a little brighter and sharper, and the smell of ozone fills the air. Continue. Mummified Electro-Priest. The vox on the ceiling comes alive and lets forth a solemn binaric aura that turns into a crackling, somnolent voice. In this dark hour, I am ready to bring you good tidings, Tech Brethren. Now respond with the words of the second galvanic hymn. Tech use test succeeded. The second galvanic hymn is revered and miraculous prayer of the Adeptus Mechanicum. Naturally, you know it very well. Shit. Okay, this is gonna be a... Can I save scum? I can't save scum here. Damn it. Okay, we'll go with that. Let us praise the twin charges, the body electric, and the Omnissiah who lights the spark of reason within us, and let us carry his charge to those who have turned their minds towards his light. Electro-Priest. Let it be so indeed. Who or what are you? The Vox voice grows louder. Praetor Electroid Dar Impulse 2, by the will of the Omnissiah, the prior of the monastery, the guardian of the miraculous fusion reactor, now and ever, world without end. God help the poor toaster fuckers. Here in this cell of mine I have conquered death, and my body has soared towards the Omnissiah in a blessed data dream. My body is decaying, but my spirit will remain by my master's side, for I am the sacred sentinel of the code, the guardian of the sacred relic, and the eye that watches over the right of operation. Warhammer is for people who take TTRPGs seriously, D&D is for people who like to pretend to take it seriously. That's not entirely true, Natty. It depends on the D&D setting. Modern Faerun, 5th edition? I would be inclined to agree with you on that statement. Older, like, 2nd editions, when D&D still had balls, I would think it was a lot more akin in many ways to, like, Warhammer Fantasy or Warhammer 40K, as far as how sincere it was. Modern D&D, I would be inclined to agree with you. The monastery is under attack by heretics. Can you help? In my data dream I saw their unholy requests and rejected them angrily, for it is said in the 4th article of security, no unbeliever's hand shall intrude upon the operation cycle. They have seditious designs on the relic. But should I give you, who does not belong to our faith and fellowship, my blessing to stand up to the blasphemers? Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, Natty. Coercion or persuasion? Coercion. Oh, God. Hail Bendover, hail Grizzled. Greetings, and welcome, gentlemen. I have a feeling That coercion would be a better choice here. Coercion test succeeded. The relic, the mere thought of its desecration, is the blasphemy. The mere chance of it is a sacrilege. Gain 28 experience, praise God. So be it. In the name of shaming the unbelievers, I grant you the blessing of special access and protection from the rage of the motive force. Dry cracking sounds come from inside the crypt's walls as awakened cogitators process the ancient tech priest command in dialogue. There we go. Now we won't get our nads fried off. Okay. He will not cast Tecular Torsion upon us. Okay, there is a door there. Oh god, there's another one. I'm not gonna mess with that right now. I don't want to undo what I just did. Okay. That's where the... Okay, let's not spoil that for you people who haven't played this game before. Where... This is where our boy is. We need to get him out. There he is.
I'm not satisfied with that answer. I will repeat my question again. The last Electro Priest you killed, where did you find him?
Burn in the fire of dawn, servant of the Corpse Emperor!
And another one meets the limit of his utility. The last of them.
And there's my boy. The tall, dark-haired man sizes you up with a quick glance. A supernatural chill is making the air around him crackle softly. The expensive fabric of his jacket is stitched with gold thread and marked by several reddish-brown stains. A force sword and a vox hang from his belt, and the emblem of the Holy Inquisition glitters on his chest. Interrogator von Kalox, I presume. This is better than, by far, than cable TV. You really need some popcorn. Well, at least I'm trying to voice the characters and get into the mood.
Yes. Well, since you know who I am, and are in no hurry to kill me, I infer that you serve the Emperor, not his enemies. Allow me to introduce myself. Interrogator Heinrichs van Kellox of the Imperial Inquisition's esteemed Ordo Xenos. With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
Rogue Trader Drake von Valancius. Remember, we are trying to be a little bit pompous here.
Von Valancius? To the best of my knowledge, that dynasty is headed by the esteemed Theodora von Valancius. Has there been a change of circumstances?
We'll go with 2. We don't want to be too pissy because he is an Inquisitor. Well, an Inquisitorial Interrogator, and that's functionally the same thing for anyone who's not a member of the Inquisition.
The news is lamentable. My condolences. And I presume the heir to the sacred warrant of trade and the lofty title of Rogue Trader is none other than yourself. Well then, what precisely has brought you to the sanctum of the Omnissiah?
I am here to collect you. I am under orders from the Lord Inquisitor to offer any assistance you may require, after which I am to provide you safe passage to footfall aboard my ship. Now, remember, we did find the letter from Inquisitor Calcazar aboard Theodora's ship in her room, so yeah, that's where that comes from. As well as Abelard coming up and telling us, hey, we need to do this so the Inquisitor doesn't explode our peepees. Natty, it's actually not entirely fair either. It's more like new players to D&D. A lot of older players, veterans, hate what Critical Role has done. It sparked interest with all the wrong people. It's kind of like what happened with anime, with all of the people who got into anime over COVID, and look at anything, you know, look at all the fan service in anime and are like, yeah, how dare you have that in there? That's so sexist. Yeah, it's those retards. These are also the people who look at orcs and go, yes, black people. Which, Yeah. If that's your first thought, may I suggest you seek serious mental aid, sir? Alright, let's go with the first one.
Then the timing of our meeting is fortuitous. I am requisitioning you and your retinue for my task.
That's some awful big stones you got there, buddy boy.
Starting with her. You have provided exactly the kind of specialist that this situation requires.
No. My murder hobo.
I am the Domin's shadow. If he says the word, I will protect you. If he says the word, I will take you to the Undying One.
God, I love her.
Requisitioning? Young man, your choice of words is unseemly to the point of insult.
Extremely.
You're addressing a rogue trader.
Now, the thing is here, most people in the Imperium, he could get away with that without a hitch. However, rogue traders are some of the few people who actually have this thing called rights and privileges, which means that the Inquisition actually has to treat them like people, and not just chess pawns, which bothers them usually to no end.
I don't imagine you'll be any happier if I say taking into inquisitorial custody.
To aid his faithful servant in the fight against corruption is the solemn duty of all whose actions affect millions of the Imperium subjects. Let your example guide those who will carry the Emperor's light across 1,000 stars.
You are familiar with the works of Inquisitor Alistar the Redeemer. Not every acolyte can say the same, let alone people less initiated. Please forgive my lapse in manners, Lady Navigator Orselio. It is a great honor.
Yeah, no shit.
I came to Rykad Minoris on a mission, which a rebellion prevented me from fulfilling. The governor is convinced that malcontents from among the rabble were the instigators, but I immediately suspected a more sinister presence at the root of the mutiny. My visit to the monastery and a few unhurried conversations with some of the rebels confirmed my suspicions.
I'll get to your question right there in a second, Natty. Let me finish this conversation up first.
Someone by the name of Aurora is leading the rebellion. Data indicates that the head of the cultists is here right now, in the sanctum of the ancient reactor. Given the prophecy of the final dawn, and the special efforts made by the enemies of humanity to seize the monastery, their goal is to gain access to the holy power source's control circuit and trigger a process that, once started, cannot be stopped. In other words, to detonate the reactor, thus being themselves the cause of their much-touted final dawn.
Blasphemous insanity.
They're gonna make them reactor meltdown in less bullshit 40K terms. I can help you with Aurora. Let's join forces.
Thank you. Regrettably, the governor's people showed themselves to be unprepared for the perils of this place. And extracting blade shards from a person's stomach is beyond my powers. I hope that a rogue trader's retinue will prove more capable than a group of soldiers fresh off the base. I am positive that not all of the electro-priests within these walls have perished. The heretics spoke of shadows emerging from side alleys to make short work of the cultists invading their abode. I surmise that the entrance to their hiding place is somewhere in the hall, near a machine known as the Circular Cogitator. I imagine it's one of the local sacred relics which the electro-priests treat with special piety.
Alright, we're gonna send Kibbles back. Okay, we'll keep him. So, the thing with the... I need to upgrade... We'll do this while we're upgrading him. So, the... Space Marines do not have kids. Space Marines are sterile. It's part of the factor of becoming a Space Marine. Psyker Minoris, let's do that first. Willpower next. part of their nature... Actually, we'll go with invigorate. Part of their nature as Space Marines is that the Emperor didn't want to replace humanity with Space Marines or any other transhuman. He wanted to create basically humanity's eternal protectors in the Space Marines. Unless you consider some of the other more wacky theories, like he was going to kill them all after the Great Crusade, but we won't get into that here. Short answer, no. Space Marines cannot breed. They are created using gene seed and other biosciences. Basically, you take a normal human child with significant genetic screening, then you implant them with gene seed, and you get a Space Marine after significant training, among other things. So, Space Marines are created, not born. They're not clones, but they aren't, because they are taken from normal humans, usually born from normal human families, but they are... Okay, his lore warp needs to be raised. But they are not, they're not capable of reproducing. You can't, you know, smash a Space Marine and a Sororitas together and get a Super Warrior. Usually. Now, certain Chaos-corrupted groups like the Emperor's Children kind of reversed all of that because, well, they're the Emperor's Children, but we won't get into too much of the whole Emperor's Children canoodling conundrums here. We're still early enough in this stream that I think I could probably get in trouble with YouTube for talking about that. Yes, they are born as in the sense that they start as normal human beings. Aradale is correct, as normal human children, but they are created via basically techno-sorcery. Okay, I need to do... There's something important. Enforce reality. Or inscribe soul. Nope, we're not doing that. Okay. And then we'll go with lore warp. Needs to be... Carouse. Athletics. Coercion. Medicae. Demolition. Coercion. He is an Inquisitor, so it would make sense. Contempt. Oh, they're going to give us a defensive stance. Let's see. Can we make him a little bit more tanky? I'd like it if he was tankier. Yes, please. I'll take that. Okay, Daring Breach. Yes, please. And then we will go with... Characteristic Training Agility. Okay. Let's check down here. Field Medic. Yes, please. That's nice. More people to spam healing is good. We'll bump his toughness just a little bit. Okay. Sanctic Powers, Biomancy, Telepathy, Enfeeble. Taunting Scream, Forceful Strike. Forceful Strike. We'll go with Breakthrough. Breakthrough would probably be better. Okay. Edge of Dawn. Eternal Hatred. Okay. Psychic Barrage. Nope, 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 nope. Pulse of Life. Okay, we'll use Sanguine Siphon now. Healing support is definitely, let me just put it this way. There are going to be moments later in this game where I am going to be really grateful to have a shitload of healers. Which is one thing I didn't do enough in my last playthrough. And I'm not doing that again. Okay, we're going to do... We'll do... because if you don't, you will deeply regret it. Okay, let's check his armor too. That's gonna be necessary. What's he currently wearing? He is wearing a flak vest. Let's get rid of that. Give him chainmail. And he's carrying an auto pistol. Let's give him bow hammer instead. He's got a force sword, which we don't need to switch out. Let's not give him that. I don't know how high is it. How high is his fellowship? Fellowship is 30. Okay, we'll give him that cloak. We'll give him some healing. We have plenty of healing items. Grenades. We also need to stock everyone with grenades, because we're coming up on one hell of a fight. And we're going to need them all to be fully spec'd out to deal with all the bullshit. Because there's going to be a lot of it. We'll give him a normal grenade, and then frags. He's got frags. Yeah, you do not want to be without grenades and plenty of healing support in this game. Grenades aren't as useful as I wish they could be. They're not like super broken or overpowered, really, but they certainly do come in handy. Okay. Got everyone in here. Let's check for loot. Ah, there is loot. Cultist. What's he got? Auto gun. Select all that.
I won't tolerate weakness.
There, I can't get into that box. Okay, logic 100 Pascal.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
And loot. Time to be a total loot whore. Okay. Yes, please. I'll take that. Would that be better than what he currently has? He's got Siphon Life off of that one. Lightning Arc. We'll just keep him as is for now. Yeah, that's basically what they are in here. If you want to clear out a bunch of ads, if you want to clear out a bunch of just horde enemies, grenades are great for that.
For me?
When it comes to
We should deal with this.
dealing with more... Okay, we've got plenty there. Alright, that'll keep us from getting our nad shocked off over there. Got Henrik's, got all of that. That side room there. We need to go
It's about
through
time.
here. When you're dealing with a horde, grenades are crap. I forgot about that.
Your Emperor won't save you.
Okay. Cassia?
Step aside.
Yeah,
The
ouch.
navigator
That's
is
gonna suck.
coming.
Okay. Thank you.
Everyone, step aside.
Protect the fallen.
Of course he's down. I forgot how annoying this fight is.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Of course. Oh, I really do hate this fight. Okay. Who's damaged? She is. Let's just buff her up a little bit with health.
Injuries will not slow me.
Love seeing secret doors, walls open to reveal big loot chests. Yes. Yes, having good, massive loot chests is very important. Okay, you have a bolter, so can we make you... Actually,
I'll do it.
can please tell me she can still shoot after this? Actually, she can. What an absolute legend you are, my dear.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Ouch. Okay. Let's get as many of our people and their people in that as possible. And then we're gonna just wait on him. I don't want to push up too far because I'm gonna get hit with a lot of damage before this is all over, most likely. And it sucks.
Out of my way.
I really hate all the lightning in here.
No! These ruby flashes are choking me.
It's gonna be painful, but it's gonna be necessary.
Need a little morale boost?
Let's heal her up. Okay.
Not a problem for
There
me.
we go, there's that.
Opposing me
Got
was
one.
your biggest mistake. Nothing
Let's hit
I
him
can't
with a
do.
sword. Hate seeing the scary mobs or traps guarding it. What do you mean you want me to not take it? Finders keepers? Okay. Adelblard. I want you to shoot... Just shoot him normally, please.
At your beck and call. What? You a target.
That's good.
I will
Endure.
do my duty.
Tempted to try and make him move up, but I want to see if I can wait for the electrics to go away. Be really good. Yes, electrics are gone there. Let's make her move up here.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Okay, first things first. How many of those will that hit? Okay, first things first. Kill him, please. Excellent. Right.
Me?
And that.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
We'll switch this over to Stube Carbine.
Already
And
done.
shoot him. Or we'll miss. Because of course we will. Cultist Gunner. Okay, let's move everyone up past the electric
Guided by
there.
faith.
Okay. I want her to move
I'll do it.
right there, and then fire up with a bolter.
Can escape the Emperor's judgment.
That's nasty. Okay. The squiggly. Actually, I'm going to move you over there into the corner so you can not get hit by the electricity when it comes back up.
To non-believers.
Ouch. I hate snipers. God, I hate snipers in this game.
I shall not fear.
Yes, that did move me through without getting my nads blown off. That's excellent. Okay, that's him down. Switch weapon groups and see if we can charge that feller. We cannot, in fact, charge him.
him. Suits my purposes.
Okay, there we go. Hey, Blurred. Move forward, please. What has he got? He's got a bolter in the other arm. Oh, I'll have you shoot out that way.
Should be ineptitude, not malice.
So then try and move forward. Okay. First things first. We're gonna move her up and over here.
Emperor, give me strength.
Then we're going to do that. Okay.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Can I hit any of these fellers with stub carbine?
Not a problem for me.
I cannot, in fact, hit any of these fellers with the stub carbine.
I'll show you why navigators are
And we're
feared.
gonna move way up here.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
Pull out a knife. We're gonna shank him in the kidney.
Nothing I can't do. Nothing of value has been lost.
because we're pretty far up, we're just going to switch over to the stub carbine, and... Can I? I can hit him too. Theoretically. Of course. Oh, terrible. 4 wounds. Oh no, however shall I recover? That's just terrible. That's just awful. Oh no. Okay. And he's gone. Okay. Now let's have you dash forward down here.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
And run and gun. Have her move up to there. And then spray him with bolter shells, please.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Worth a shot. Pascal, move up here. Okay, we just want to avoid being toasted. Okay, that's good.
Suits my purposes.
Door. Up past that. Switch weapon groups to sword. That might let us move up a little bit further. Go. Can't hit him. Out of range. It shall have to do, I suppose. Oh no. You missed. You poor bastard.
Battlefields are always drowned in
Move
scarlet.
forward with her and held in my gaze.
Cast down with grace,
And
Elise.
he's gone. Okay.
Scorn the pain.
Yeah, no.
What ails you?
Don't scorn the pain. Pain is a lesson. Pain is a very good teacher, and I want you to learn to... not get used to getting fondled. Down here. Let's see, can we get across this? Yes, we can, and that moved all of us across, finally. We got a plasma pistol, and a multi-key, and a bunch of standard loot. Okay.
Operation successful.
A multitude of symbols are carved into the enormous generator. You realize they are the foundational tenets of the Electro Priest religion. Standing out among them is the triumph of reason over all the facets of human nature. Okay.
The Emperor favors me today.
Let's move forward carefully and slowly so we don't get... Okay, we can move through there probably.
In my way.
Yep, I knew it would do that. Every time, man. Every time. Okay, we got the gunners. Now we just need to wait for that to go away. Move through quickly. Quickly. Alright. Feel like that scene from the Robert Downey Jr. Okay, that's good. Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes. Quickly, quickly. Alright. Give me just a moment, chat. I am gonna need to go take a leak real quick. Alright. There we go. Much better. We're about to do a major no-no. Let's check this guy first. Awareness.
I've read about this.
Oh, we actually succeeded. That's surprising. These dead heretics are suspiciously different from the others. The symbols on their clothes are drawn wrongly, and standard-issue military uniforms show through the blasphemous tatters. Oh. Oh dear. The bodies of careless cultists have been thoroughly fried by an arc of the motive force. Yeah, we know all about that.
Victory awaits.
Okay. Is there loot up in here? Okay. A crowd of cultists has surrounded a tech priest, crucified upon a mechanism. A rhythmic whisper, repeated by 100 voices, blends in some blasphemous enchantment. Powerful discharges of the motive force run through the machine, causing the unfortunate prisoner's body to convulse brutally, and forcing woeful cries of pain from his lips. The tortured tech priest's hoarse voice echoes under the ceiling, in the clenched claws of stagnation, in the shackles of iteration. Zero under the iron wing, let the cycle be discontinued. For the Emperor, Grizzle Entertainment, hail all. Hail and welcome, sir. Pascal's mechadendrites spring into combat mode instantly, and a wrathful rattle comes from his vox. Chests of all kinds are good, whether they be large and fleshy or made of other materials. Either way, you usually want to fondle them. I am registering a severe violation of the purity protocol. The blessed Armonot has been captured by heretics and is being tortured. Are you sure he is Amarnat? Confirmed. I do not observe his face, but I recognize his words. Let the cycle be discontinued is the blessed Amarnat's motto. Look around the hall. The heretics have taken up positions everywhere, and many more are doubtlessly hiding in the passages leading out of the hall. For now, they are all focused on the sacrilegious torture of the tech priest and do not notice you. We must save the esteemed tech priest without risking his life. The mechadendrite points to the corpses of heretics laying nearby. We can use the blasphemer's clothing as a disguise, unrecognized. We can sabotage the power units, overloading them and thus cleansing the hall of heretics. Sounds like a logical plan. Let's do it. The lightning discharges have charred the cultist corpses. Whiffs of smoke rise from the empty eye sockets whose contents have evaporated. Their clothes, covered in the blood of innocents, are crudely painted over with emblems of the archenemy, which exude a repulsive air of soul decay. I shudder with disgust at the mere thought of having to touch the clothing adorned with unholy symbols, let alone wear it. This is the first step towards falling, a small compromise with evil that will lead to something greater. Is there truly no other way, rogue trader? The signs of the arch-enemy are not just painted symbols, but conductors of its will, the words of their prayers even spoken without faith, their coats of arms even deceitfully worn. All this increases the presence of the ruinous powers near you and draws their corrupting attention to you. We're gonna go with Iconoclast. I'm not doing Heretical. Yeah, we're doing Iconoclast. Johnny 5 is alive. We do want to save the tech priest. We definitely want to save the tech priest, and I'll tell you why. I didn't realize you could do that in my first playthrough. My second playthrough, you really want to save the tech priest. I pray the Omnisire gives the blessed Amarnat enough fortitude. If we can save him, that would be really good. Okay. Can we save this? Oh, they're gonna be so pissed about this. The heretic's garb clings to your body like a greedy leech, tingling and foul. Fever spread over your body as though these tatters have imbibed the vile contents of their former wearers' souls. Oh, that's pleasant. Okay.
A new challenge for me.
Okay, let's firstly get over here to him. Okay. Yes. Short Circuit, awesome movie. A heavy crown of golden neural augmetics rests upon the servitor's head. The crown is bent and broken from ruthless gun butt blows. The pale body is covered in blasphemous inscriptions carved into the withered flesh. I identify this acolyte as a distribution servitor. I'm registering the probability of its responsiveness to commands. I am registering upon its traces of sacrilegious violation to the right of operation. The probability of its responsiveness to commands is below average. Coercion or tech use? Tech use. Pascal, tech use. Test succeeded. For the glory of the Omnissiah, let this machine spirit sleep, and that it may be awakened and serve again. Let the outer neural connection circuit be plunged into darkness. Another touch and several lights in the crown go out. Let the command response hub fall silent. Pascal switches to binaric speech, accompanying his every action with a line from Sacred Hymn. It is amazing how the reverent awe in the tech priest's voice can be discerned even through his rattling vox. Suddenly, every light on the servitor's crown comes alive. A shower of sparks bursts from the augmetics on the servitor's brow, and several black ash-tinted tears run from his empty eye sockets, ready to serve. Pascal, energize the hole's units to the maximum. It will be done. There we go. We're gonna fucking fry these guys. Okay.
I won't tolerate weakness.
We just need to get over here and sit down. Yes, he did just turn it off and on again. Arid Hell. The eternal solution to every problem. As an IT guy, that is hilarious. Yes, indeed, it is Arid Hell. Cultist Gunner, a grim-looking heretic, walks up to you resolutely, blocking your path as he studies your disguise with suspicion. You note that his left eye has 2 conjoined irises, while his right eye has 4. Oh, that's not at all chaosy. I don't know you. Who are you, and why haven't I met you before? Coercion will succeed any of these. Coercion. Flash a menacing gaze. I don't know you either. Yeah, no. Let's go with 1. Smile mysteriously. Perhaps the master has blinded your eyes to trifles so that it may behold what is true. Lore warp test succeeded. Your reply, imbued with mystical significance, was evidently to the cultist's liking. He smiles haughtily and says, "May our master blind you too, brother." Goody. Okay, command throne is not yet ready. We need to do a few things yet.
None shall stand in my way.
Okay, where's the power units for this? Is it right there? It is right there. Safety Systems Control Altar. The altar is adorned with gilded skulls. Threads of metal that used to be electus are infused onto the bone. Once majestic, the altar has been desecrated with blasphemous images of blue-green suns. Some of its levers and buttons have been pried from their sockets, but the mechanisms still glorify the Omnissiah with its operations. Pascal, I identify this as the Safety Systems Control Altar. For our diversion to succeed, this blessed machine must be executed. And may its spirit forgive us. Forgive us, honored machine spirit. We are obliged to interrupt your work. Tech use. Cause the altar to overload. Let's do that. It'll work. Probably. And we're good. Tech use has succeeded. Pascal offers a short binaric prayer, then enters command after command to set up a trap for the machine spirit inhabiting the altar. The code born out of the tech priest's tinkering causes the spirit to flutter confusedly in a snare of impossible commands, heat up the altar circuit boards, and perish forever in the showers of sparks that burst forth from the melting wires. May we be granted the Omnissiah's forgiveness for this act. I am registering a general shutdown of the security system. Okay.
Follow my lead.
That's good there.
Over there.
Is there anything further we can do to really cause some serious bullshit? Not that I can see. Right there, at least. Let's go up here real quick. I want to check this loot. Okay. That's good. Alright, can we approach the altar now? A tech priest's corpse, his slit throat, sits upon a splendid command throne laced with finely wrought motive force paths. A contorted expression of righteous anger is frozen on his face. A black blindfold covers his eyes. Yes, he basically just logic looped it, the poor little machine. This is the Lumona Deacon's command throne. This is where the power unit actuation and shutdown litanies are recited from. The blessed Lumino Deacon himself has the honor of closing the circuit the motive force flows through. Pascal kindly sit down on the throne and recite the litany. Pascal freezes, and a quiet whisper comes from his vox. Request denied. I am not authorized to sit upon the Lumino Deacon's command throne. Such an act would be considered a sacrilege. Fuck it. Toughness 65. Sit down upon the command throne and recite the litany yourself. Toughness test succeeded. As soon as you lay your hands upon the command throne's panels, a painful sting of electricity numbs your senses for an instant. Your fingers cramp and your vision grows dimmed. Gain 28 experience. Pain is visible in the text priest's eyes as he looks upon the sacrilege. Forgive us, Omnisire, for such a gross violation of the right of operation. Repeat the litany after me and activate the command runes I point to. Pascal's vox starts reciting the sacred words gloomily and hoarsely. Clinging to the blazing shreds of your fading consciousness, you repeat the words of litany after Pascal, and touch the command runes, as the unabated lightning rips through your muscles and makes your bones crackle. I am recording a successful activation of the power units. And this is where shit gets wild. Electricity is a hell of a drug. Yeah, alright. Okay, first things first. Let's loot. Let's loot first. I will be collecting all of that. And that. Can we get anything from these guys over here? Nope, good there. Ooh. Okay, then let's go up to our boy, our Lord and Savior. In the cycles of the foreordained, there lurks a flaw of worship, tortured tech priest. The tech priest's body convulses, pained, plaintive creaks of binaric prayers came from his vox. As moments pass, the signal becomes less and less clear as if something twisted and wrong were being added to it. Pascal studies the tech priest's face carefully. His vox system moans in tragic vibrato. Subject unidentified. This is not the blessed Amonat. Stranger, I request your name. How do you know my mentor's motto? Examine the tech priest. There are deep burns all over his flesh, and the skin around his augmetics is charred. Blasphemous spells have been carved into his sacred iron, forming unholy litanies of scrap code. It is amazing how robust this tech priest's life support systems have proven to be in maintaining the spark of life in his grievously wounded body. So you complete the circuit by sitting on it. There's something not quite right with these tech priests. Hey. Don't mind where those large electrical objects are being placed. It is perfectly natural. They would probably be working for Hitachi in the modern age. I'm not going to finish that statement. Okay. Who are you, servant of the Omniscient? The fire of the hearth sent forth sparks. The name of the spark is Abel Hunneman. Achievement unlocked. Ride the lightning. Indeed, Aradale. The echo of my call has reached you. Good. The iteration is at its end. The design is fulfilled. What design? Why are you calling yourself by my name? Was it you who summoned me to Rykad Minoris? What for? I am categorically demanding an answer. Pascal's voice rises to an intimidating howl, but the delirious tech priest does not seem to understand what he is saying. You can talk to him once we get him out of here. A cold premonition rakes the heart. The probabilities are dark. Brother, I do not wish to gaze into them. Pascal, we are the flame of knowledge that drives the darkness away. Pascal is quickly inspecting Abel's wounds, paying no mind to the blood and sacred unguent staining his sleeve. His vox rasps soothingly, do not fear what is to come, brother. We are already here. Do you know him, Pascal? The subject has not been identified, and has no record in my catalogue. Interrogation is impossible due to the subject's evident, affective state of clouded consciousness. Try to take the tech priest down. As soon as you touch the tech priest's battered flesh, he shifts his gaze to you and says with sudden clarity, "Many sparks have gone out, but not all. The electric shepherds are alive in the darkness. I heard their prayers. Find them, save them, recite the hymn of contact circuit restoration so that you may behold what is hidden." A blast of the motive force runs down the tech priest's body, and his face contorts in a mocking grimace. Malformed binaric code, repulsively jarring on the ears, pours out of his vox. Information archived to the effect that the circuit restoration hymn is in the entrance password to the electric priest's hiding place. Pascal responds with the dour rhythms of a containment aura. I note with great sorrow that the cultist ritual has been partially successful. My tech brother has been tainted by corruption. He is in the grip of schismatical, unholy imitation of a machine spirit. I request immediate activation of the tech exorcism protocol. Iconoclast, I shall save him. Actually, what is schismatical? A ugly mockery of a noble machine spirit created by the warp. Sometimes a few lines of despicable scrap code or a small clump of the motive force falls under the arch-enemy's influence and degenerates into an abomination of this sort, one whose very existence is an insult to the Omnissiah's wisdom. Basically, they inserted a chaos version of Tech Priest command code. Iconoclast, I shall save him. The man responds with a burst of repulsive laughter. Every now and then, a word or two of Gothic finds its way into the binaric obscenities pouring out of his vox, in what seems to be the schismatical's tentative forays into a language that is alien to it. His body convulses, his joints twist at unnatural angles with a sound of bursting steel couplings. As the possessed man thrashes about, his eternal augmetics emerge gradually through the hanging tatters of his flesh, as an iron homunculus hidden inside the tech priest were trying to, cast off the meat cocoon that it no longer needed. Pascal's mechadendrites extend a thin drilling needle. Sacred unguent glistens on it. A code purification aura is heard as the needle sinks into the possessed tech priest's skull and touches his neural augmetic, forming an electric circuit with it. Extreme strain is visible on his face. Furious litanies pour out of his vox. Result failure requesting assistance. Yes, he is infected with a chaotic AI. It is pretty fucked up. Tech use. Undaunted, you grab one of the severed cables and press it into the tech priest's body, and a shock of formidable power shakes the possessed man. Machine oils gush out of his mouth. His vox hisses deafeningly as the flow of the motive force burns the corruption in his sacred iron. The overload destroys some of the circuit boards of his neural augmetic, resets his code, and erases the schismatical from existence. The tech priest's eyes roll up and as he loses consciousness, crushed yet still alive and no longer in the thrall of corruption. With the utmost care, Pascal takes his body down from the mechanism and lays it on his floor. His stirring litanies of gratitude to the Omnissiah echo through the hall. Rest, tech brother. We will come back for you when we have done our duty to the miraculous fusion reactor. So, we saved him. We saved the tech priest, Chad. He's a good boy, good little Abel. He's my favorite little autist in this game. Well, one of my favorite little autists in this game. Pascal, Lord Captain, the Omnissiah commands a pious mind to strive towards uncovering the truth. Therefore, I will not stop until I find my mentor and understand his connection to this servant of the machine god. I request the privilege of joining your retinue as a rightful companion. I can offer to fulfill the duties of an engine seer on your ship in exchange for the right to follow you and conduct my own investigation. Woohoo indeed, Aerodale. We got ourselves Pasquigly. Alright. Got Abel. Okay. We are also able to bump ourselves up a level, which is very good. Alright. So on the note of Space Marine creation, circling back to Natty's prior question earlier, so we're going to actually need that soon. Should I be picking up anything else? Nah, it'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Lorzinos, that's good. Thank God I got coffee. Do not falter, get into cover. We want coercion. Mission medicate. We can't select medicate. We'll take athletics or carouse. We'll take athletics. Athletics will be handy. Saving tech priest, major win. Never have too many of them. Plus, he's gonna be real handy later. Yes, please. I'll take... wait a second. What? Argenta? Features. Interesting. Interesting. Let's go with... Combat Medicaid. We can select that later. Don't forget to like the stream. Yes, please. Please, ladies and gentlemen. Also, we do have blurps active, so you can use those at your discretion should you so choose. It is not required, but it is greatly appreciated. Also, I do have a coffee down in the description, should anyone desire to use it. It's currently rather bare bones, but I am adding photos and screenshots and all kinds of fun stuff there. So, bolt weapon expert, chain weapon expert, and we're gonna go with that. Okay. Dual weapon combat, very important. Get as many attacks as you can get in this game, because you're gonna need them. And damn, the Sea of Souls, I think, is a good one to pick for her. Tenacity? Eye of Oblivion. We'll pick the Eye of Oblivion for now. And then... Lore Imperium. Lore Warp. Oh. Pretty good for now. Bump Squiggles. Once again, all support is appreciated but not required. Where is the... does he have plasma weapons? He's got flame. Does he have plasma? He's got Melta weapons proficiency. Plasma weapon proficiency. He does have that. Okay. Where is Dueling Mastery? Combat Master. Chain weapon expert. We don't really need that because we're basically going to keep him equipped with Omniscient Axes the entire playthrough. Because, yeah, damn. Overcharge protocols. Overcharge protocols. We'll use that because we're probably going to equip him with that plasma pistol. Weapon skills, good. Ballistic skills. Intelligence or perception? Intelligence. Buff that. And we're going to go with... He's got Blade of Light. Stabilizing factor. Okay, stabilizing factor is a good one considering we're going to have him maining his warp abilities pretty hard this playthrough. which I didn't do last time. I had him way more spec'd into warrior skills. We're going to go with lore. Oh, damn, he is really low on athletics. And carouse. It's okay, we're going to have him mostly spec'd into psyker powers, so he should be fine. Don't worry about it, it'll be fine. Alright.
Claim to the stars.
Okay. Grab some more armor. Oh, that was heavy armor. That's interesting. Pascal, please bust that open for me. Why did you have to go all the way around, my dude? Good lord. That's not necessary.
Glory be to the current of the motive force. May its dulcet light shine in our nospheric coronas. May its vitality nourish our augments. May its purity wash over our imperatives and engrams.
Of course.
As far as I am aware, the monastery supplies power to several major hive cities on Riker. Hidden somewhere in the depths of this building is a reactor of monstrous, unfathomable power.
Okay, let's get everyone in here first. Okay. Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna need to do something real quick. Okay, so those up there. I forgot to turn that on earlier. Inventory. And I want to switch that out. Fading Valor for a plasma pistol, because it's better. Plus, he has overcharge abilities now, and that will be extremely useful.
Coffee! You want coffee? Does anybody want coffee? I'm making the coffee!
Thank you
What do you
very
want?
much.
You want coffee? Yeah.
Thank you very much for the blurb. Give me a second, I need to check blurps. I'm still not quite having that set up correctly. I need to work on this. There we go. Yes, I am human, blurp. You're fine. Please relax and stop being retarded. Thank you very much for the blurp, bend over. Okay. Now. Okay. Alright. Weapons. We're gonna... One-handed. That is one-handed. I forgot about that. His current sword is 711. That is 812. There, have a better force sword, my man. Force swords are awesome. Yes, I do. It's 8 p.m. and I need coffee. I have coffee. It is not yet 8 p.m. here. You are an hour ahead of me. Okay. Chainmail, leather. Huh. No, we had leather. This game. Is it better in any way? Oh, that will be better for me, I think. Good. Okay, this is always a pain in the ass. Okay. Pascal, kindly remind me how this hymn goes. Pascal's vox lets out a noisy groan as if he is clearing his throat, but then stops abruptly. After a brief pause, he averts his gaze and says in a rasping voice, "It is not known to me. Only high-ranking servants at shrines of energetic prosperity are permitted to perform the first galvanic hymn." So force swords, are power blades. Basically, they are energy swords that are enhanced with psychic power, is the best way to describe them. Basically, think, in this case, it's using an actual physical sword blade to form the energy part around, but there's some of them that are basically just straight up lightsabers. If you read Eisenhorn, he has one in the first book. He switches one out for an actual honest-to-God power sword later, but, yeah, they're basically energy blades, which function like they do in most science fiction settings, where it's energy held within a electromagnetic field. Super hot. And force swords are enhanced with psychic power. So yeah, that's what his Force Sword is. Okay. Please help me to remember this. I may need to go grab the frickin' wiki for this, because this one is always... I have done this before without the wiki before, but it's an absolute pain in the ass. The twin poles of opposite sign. Okay. The motive force that floweth through veins of copper. The twin poles of opposite signs that herald the motion of the current. Course. Okay. Oh, okay. Let me try this again. The Omnicide from whom the holy discharge springeth forth. Of course. God, this one is always a pain in the ass. Okay. Alright, the Omnicide from whom the holy discharge springeth forth, the splendid resistors that conceal within them the light transfiguration, the watchful breakers that protect us from the sacrilege of short circuit. That's the second one. The immortal reason that hath created the spark. Nope, that's not right either. God damn it. Okay. Okay, let's try. The memory of ages. Nope, that's not it either. I think it's that one. Then there's Splendid Resistors. Blessed Faith that bringeth the light. Nope. Okay, fuck it. I'm not gonna spend all night on this again. I spent 3 hours on this the time I actually did bother to do it from scratch. I'm not doing that again. Not on stream. I value everyone else's time. Give me a second. And this should take a second because I basically got this one dialed in constantly. And where's my walkthrough? I know the one I'm looking for. Walkthrough, there we go. God. Yeah, this is the one part of this game that really bothers me. Because there are a lot of these that it's like, how the hell are you going to know that? Like, without looking up a wiki, how are you going to figure this one out? Like, unless you are the most obscure lore nerd, this is the one that really bothers me. Okay, this is the one part of this game that's kind of a pain in the dick. Okay. That would be... this is the right one. What we're looking for is... Yep, I was right about the first one. The arcane key that closeth the circuit. Not the second one. And that one. There we go. Hey, that was annoying. So, what you need is to get that one right. The Omnicide from whom the holy discharge springeth forth, the arcane key that closeth the circuit, the immortal reason that hath created the spark. That's what you need to finish that one. I always fuck that up in some fashion. It's a real pain. Basically, that's just there to collect loot. Very useful, though. Okay. Let's get that open with Pascal.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Hey, that is the... I'm starting to remember the other places that happens, and it is a big pain in the dick. And there they are. There are like 3 other places in this game where that becomes a really big issue. Where it does little things like that. And those puzzles are always a pain. Right. Argenta, I want you to pull out the sword and blow off his dick.
Doubt is for the weak.
19, not bad. And then shoot him.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
And then we'll do that. And stab him, please. Thank you. Then we're gonna have her dash over there. I'm not the biggest fan of the you can only know with a wiki or outside knowledge thing. Yeah, that is one of the few issues with this game. Cool. I've just been informed that there is a cat outside, which is great. Yeah, I know. I heard. No. Okay, I need... okay.
If I may.
There you go, Cassia.
As the Emperor commands,
Okay. We're able to hurt him.
I'll do it.
Good, I wondered if we were going to have one this year. That's excellent. In fact, I want her to move forward. Dear sweet Cassia, move over here, please. Don't care. Thank you, Pascal, you absolute Chad. And,
I'm not accustomed
blow him up.
to being ordered around.
Good. Very good.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Alright, that is an Electro Breeze right there. We got Pascal free to move. Let's move him right here, where he can actually hit this guy. And... okay, first things first. Let's do this. And we're going to add an exploit to him. And then hit him with an axe. That's good. 31 wounds. Down. Oh no! An entire single wound. I'm heartbroken. Dodge. He did basically very little damage there. Sure, here's your mistake, my man.
Let's see how they respond to this. Not a problem for me.
There you go.
Nothing I can't
Charge
do.
him and stab him. Yeah, in heavily story-driven games, it's no annoying. You also have problems with that kind of gameplay stupidity from games like Vermintide 2, where there are certain things that you can only figure out by looking them up on a wiki. You won't just learn them by playing the game, and it's very annoying. I don't like it. It's basically the developer jerking themselves off with how smart they are, and I don't like that. Strike. I basically get the equivalent of feeling like, yes, you're very smart, now shut up. That might just be my grumpy old man noises, but it still bothers me to an extent. Okay, I'm gonna want that. Minecraft and other survivors, a wiki is helpful, and it's silly to expect a ton of recipes lying about. Yeah, to an extent. I still think that that is something that you should make. Anytime you can make something available in game, you should do so. I don't think you should make...
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire
I don't think
in
you
my
should
heart.
do things that are... that require the player to get out of the game. Whenever possible. Okay, that's good. Move her up. Go. Cassia. Do your thing again.
I am a navigator.
Okay, both of them down. First things first.
Isn't this a job
him.
for the serfs?
Monster Hunter has a bit of in-game wiki for you that you compile by playing the game and encountering monsters. Yes, something more like that would be preferable. Anytime you can make it where the player does not have to get out of the game, it is a good decision to make. That is one of the few weaknesses of this game. The circular cogitator, the electro priest's hiding place must be nearby. We need to do one thing before we go grab that. Before we go fondle the death donut, let's see, can we loot these guys? Is there any loot to be had? There is no loot to be. Wait a second. What's over here? Why is this open? What is this? Oh, that place. Okay. And I prefer games that have in-game codexes. I don't like I don't like any time that a game forces you to go outside of the game just because, you know, they wanted you to. That doesn't... It's not a lot of fun to me. And I primarily play games to have fun. The machine spirit altar accepts the contact circuit's restoration and lets you go through. Okay. Door is open. Wall is open. Yeah, I could have probably figured that out if I was the bad guys trying to get into this place. Okay. There he is. We're going into a boss fight here, ladies and gentlemen. But not with him. He's a good dude. Dar Impulse 4. A shortish, muscular man wearing the scarlet colors of the priesthood of Mars steps into your path. The wrinkles on his cheeks and forehead point to his propensity for frequent outbursts of fierce anger, but right now he is showing no signs of aggression. Glowing blue patterns of electric tattoos or electus show through his oddly bluish tainted skin. So these guys basically have electrodes shoved up their rear, and yes, they are actually capable of using the electrical power created by the human body, and they enhance it to the point where they can actually hit you with electricity from both within and without. I have not yet played the Monster Hunter games. I need to at some point. I keep saying I need to. I have not gotten around to it. Continue. A tight bandage covers the man's eyes, yet he turns his face towards you with no hesitation. He has a sharp, screeching voice not unlike a bird's cawing. May the charge of the Omnissiah's mercy persist in the hands of the faithful. That's the other thing about these guys. They go blind. It's called Omnissiah's Tears. When they first get the big electrical thing strapped to their back, and the electrode shoved up their, shoved into them. And the electricity coursing through their body makes their eyes pop, and they run down their faces in what's known as Omnissiah's Tears. It's pretty disgusting. Pascal, may the motive force persist in their batteries. Make the sign of the Aquila. We're going to be pompous again. 3. I, rogue traitor Von Valencius, declare this monastery to be under my protection. The man bows his head. The motive force brought you here at the right time, pilgrim. The hallowed electrodynamic cenobium receives you, pilgrim. I am Dar Impulse 4. 6. A servant of the motive force and the praetor electrode of the sacred monastery. Pascal doing his nice little Japanese bow there. Pascal bows down humbly before the man. A trill of binaric signals comes from his vox, to which the Praetor responds with a solemn gesture of blessing. Pascal turns to you and says, "The rank of Praetor Electroid is a sign of high standing within the Electro-Priest fraternity. To have been granted an audience is a great honor." I don't need a wiki ever except to look at all the cool armor sets anyway. That's generally a pretty good way of setting things up. Continue. Abelard, you have the honor of hosting the rogue traitor of House von Valentius. I urge you to follow proper equity when interacting with the imminent bearer of the sacred warrant. Dar Impulse 6. Within these walls, worldly titles are nothing before the motive force. Your deeds, however, speak far louder than titles, for your path here is sprayed with the blood of desecrators. Dara Impulse 6, it was to you, was it not, that Logos Abel came seeking an interpretation of his database? Yes, Tech Brother Abel arrived here to engage in a magnetic meditation that would help clarify his visions. Unfortunately, the heretic's machinations prevented us from completing the ritual. The esteemed Logos volunteered his help in defending the monastery, but contact with him was lost soon afterwards. What kind of visions was he receiving? The Omnissiah's revelation was encrypted with great meticulousness, which indicates its great importance. Grasping it fully is beyond my ability, but a single touch was enough for me to realize the enormity of the secret concealed within, or more exactly, the secret design, which was how Tech Brother Abel referred to it. His mind had discerned in the world around him traces of some grand silence that he wished to comprehend. I have rescued him from the insurgents. I hope the Omnissiah preserves Tech Brother Abel's life, that he may continue to comprehend the mysteries he has tapped into. I have a few questions about this place and the people in it. This is good. This will give us a little bit of lore chunky. Dar Impulse 6. Truth is like light, and blocking its path is criminal. The Praetor Electrode nods majestically. You are not like the other members of the Adeptus Mechanicus I have met. Our faith imposes us a duty of obedience upon us. Every Electro-Priest is given numerous Electus that combine in a blessed Voltgeist circuit, allowing feeble flesh to withstand the might of the motive force. This is why our skin glows with its light and our eyes boil and melt when we are ordained. The Omnissiah's tears is what we call the phenomenon, the dying away of unworthy flesh. As we shun the layperson's primitive means of looking at the world, we gain the ability to sense the motive force around us with our entire bodies. Abelard, thank you for your cranky-ass advice. He's glorious, is he not, Natty? Who are you? Dar Impulse 6. The hard-working servants and dwellers of this electric cenobium, Electro-Priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Corpus Scari, did us great honor by entrusting into our care the sacred relic around which the hallowed electrodynamic cenobium was built. Tell me more about your relic. It would be pointless to describe the miraculous fusion reactor. Only through beholding its ferocious power can one comprehend its blessed essence and fear the might of the Omnissiah. Its core was found 4,000 years ago and delivered to Rykad Minoris by the holy warrior of faith, Lock Impulse 1, during one of his campaigns. Its sacred spark has not gone out for an instant, and the walls and the power units of this cenobium have been erected around this relic in order to protect it from ignorant lay people, as well as protect them from its formidable might. Yes, these guys are basically witch doctors waving incense around a fusion reactor. There is no way in which this could possibly go wrong at all, ever. We promise. Pascal keeps his solemn silence, but the quick clicking of his mechadendrite claw betrays his excitement at being so close to the sacred archaeotech. Which, by the way, chat, archaeotech is literally anything that was created pre-Imperium, or in the ancient period around the time of the Great Crusade or Horus Heresy. It's old technology, no longer able to be created by the Adeptus Mechanicus for various and sundry reasons. What precisely do you believe in? At least the meltdown will smell holy, indeed. Though it is a fusion reactor, so, if it does melt down, it's not like a nuclear, this isn't gonna be a Chernobyl. This is gonna be a, and then the world exploded event. Dar Impulse 6. We have devoted ourselves to the worship of that aspect of the machine god which is known as the motive force. It is the blessed divine spark that creates impetus in the universe. The Omnissiah, in his mercy, gave the world the gift of the motive force, and we follow its impulses in order to increase it, bring it to lay people, and protect it from unholy hands. Yes, so most people with an Apple iPhone 17. The relic that this monetary protects provides the entire planet of Raikat Minoris with the blessed motive force, and we, unworthy though we are glad to serve the ancient machine that dwells in this place. I understand everything. So yes, they're literally sitting around and fondling a fusion reactor with incense. This is not a recipe for disaster at all. What happened here and how did you manage to survive? The heretics descended in droves upon the Cenobium. We gave battle, but the unholy foes buried the Omnissiah's warriors under a mass of their bodies, thus extinguishing the defenders' sparks of purity. It was then that I ordered my few surviving brethren to retreat into the monastery's secret chambers. Upon taking refuge there, we began to destroy the blasphemous intruders in surreptitious ways. Alas, as fiery as my brethren's anger was, I had no right to permit them to die in honest combat, for the task of taking back our abode still lay ahead of us. Yes, Aridale, less Chernobyl, more thus a new sun is born. God, I love humanity. Henrix, I must commend the skill with which your secret chambers are concealed. You hear a tinge of wounded pride in Hendrick's voice, as if he is upset about failing to discover the Electro-Priest shelter. Your choice of tactics was wise as well. There was no point in losing more lives in the massacre that the cultists wrought. Dar Impulse 6. The leader of the heretics fought her way into the Ark, wherein dwells the miraculous fusion reactor. She is trying to desecrate the rite of operation with her unholy litany, so that the relic may be corrupted, and the world of my Raikat Minoris may perish in a fount of fire. But my brethren, in their magnetic meditation, are hampering her efforts by chanting access request prayers in unison, thereby suppressing the commands that the blasphemers enter. The Praetor Electroid nods towards his entranced comrades. The holy place will be protected against sacrilegious practices, I swear it, Pascal says. You made the right decision when you chose to avoid combat and save yourselves. Dar Impulse 6. Thank you, Pilgrim. It was not easy. Watching unholy intruders stampede through the chambers of my temple. We all envied our brethren who had fallen before that sacrilege began. Why are you calling me Pilgrim? Only those lay people who desire to experience the motive force are allowed to cross this monastery's threshold. All others are profaners and criminals. You do not belong to the fraternity of Electro-Priests, but your intentions are good. If you were not seeking the Omnissiah's wisdom, then it was the motive force itself that brought you here to find it. Lols, they're jamming it with a DDoS attack. Yes, they are, Aridale. Good choices not messing with us, indeed. I wish to get to the Holy Reactor. Alrighty then. And he opened the door. I must press on. The Ark is hidden from Pilgrim's eyes, but considering the extraordinary circumstances of your visit to the monastery, I grant you that right. The hall that leads to the higher reliquary has been barred by the arch-enemy, but I will open a secret path for you. Into the Ark and experience the motive force, Pilgrim. We will pray to the security systems that they may refrain from punishing you for your intrusion. In other words, they're gonna turn off the security systems for us while leaving them on for the people they don't like. Hopefully, they actually manage to make that work. So, ancient tech is sacred. Natty? You don't want to lick the reactor, unless you don't want to have a tongue or a body afterwards. Natty? The Adeptus Mechanicus holds knowledge and its comprehension as sacred. So, yeah. Yeah, anything old, and especially the technology of ancient humanity. So, any ancient human technology, or any ancient technology, though they're less fond of alien tech, officially. Don't ever ask an Adeptus Mechanicus member where he got that fancy green amulet, or where he got those fancy mechanical limbs that totally didn't come from a Necron Tomb world, and definitely don't ask him where he got that teleportation technology that in no way whatsoever ever resembles an Eldar webway gate. Yeah, they officially... Steve Jobs is a saint to them. They actually keep, I believe it... Oh, yes. They keep... What's the guy? Nikola Tesla's skull as a rechargeable bomb. EMP bomb. And consider him to be a most sacred saint. God, I love the Adeptus Mechanicus. They're so fucking ridiculous. Ooh, that's Cherenkov radiation. Pretty blue ionization, but utterly lethal. Yes. May the charge of the Omniscience grace persist in the batteries of the faithful in dialogue. Okay, we got everybody here. Let's, Okay, let's check. I'm gonna need long-range weapons for this. His sword's good. My gun's good. Yeah, we're not deploying an arc rifle. Arc rifles, yes. They worship technology. The more powerful that technology, the more sacred it is to them. Tech priests are a funny little lot. I like them a lot. They're a great, great creation of 40K. What do I currently have equipped? Okay. Fellowship. The Adeptus Mechanicus are amazing. Let's give him that. Okay, can we get... Is there any loot in here? There is loot in here. Please let it be something useful. It's a machine right set. Of course it is. We can't bust into that. Don't think there's any more loot in here. I think we got all the loot we can. Into the bowels of the monastery we go. Yippee-ki-yay, boys and girls. Hold on to your butts. Okay. First things first. We're gonna go over here.
Searching is my observance.
And wonderful observance it is too, Squiggly. Okay. And here she is. Okay. First things first. We're going to save. Okay. In we go. Are they a class you can play? No, but you do get a Tech Priest adjunct in here with Pisquiggly, with Pascal. Sadly, you don't get an Electro Priest. Although we might get one in the future with the new DLC that might be coming. And there's the heretic. Aurora, the face of the woman who stands before you is hidden behind a grotesque barred mask. Yet the voice pouring out beneath it belongs to someone else. It is the husky, somber face of a void wolf, a border of ships. How predictable your path is, how static, all the possible deaths you have skirted only to perish here, in the fiery tempest that will mark the final dawn. In the TTRPG, I believe you can play Electro Priests in one of them, but I'm not sure. You definitely can use them in the war game. You can employ them if you run an Adeptus Mechanicus army. The woman turns her mask to Pascal and gloats. You've arrived just in time, little cog. The schismatical use your regalia like a mask to subdue the reactor. Pascal Vox rasps amusingly. A cog. I cannot comprehend why apostates try to insult me by comparing me to the sacred symbol of our faith. It is irrational. His visor lights up like a crimson herald of bloodshed, and his drilling mechadendrite whirs viciously as it readies to strike. The sacred cog grinds all corruption to dust. From the dust, I will build order. What a talented enemy. Can you do the governor's voice?
I cannot. Slaves such as you and he have no voice. You are mute.
The woman's voice breaks and shifts to a different pitch and timbre, a martyr's voice, young, fervent, and in pain. Time has all but run out. I can hear the fist of the future knocking on the door of the present. Choose quickly what you want to be. When it walks in, a blind slave to what is gone, a faithful servant of what is to come, or a corpse. I would take some time to wrest from you the details of the future that the cult prophesies. Hopefully, when we're done, what's left of you will still be capable of coherent speech. Argenta. What you'll be is a living torch blazing for his glory. Argenta's voice burns with pure hatred and trembles with impatience to make the promise come true. Cassia. Ah. Cassia squints and looks away. Yellow, reds, violets, oranges, blues, wild colors that scorch the eyes. But whereas the motley mask ends, nothing but a colorless void remains. Your people wanted my head. Why? Brother Twilight, known to you as Conrad, marked you as a target. Your foiling of his plans sealed your death warrant. It is now a predestined certainty that changes can no longer affect. Iconoclast, attack. Enough! I will rid Rykad Minoris of your tyranny. The woman's voice becomes thin and brittle like that of an innocent child. Execute them in the name of daybreak. Argenta, dear, please put the flamer down. No, Aerodale, we want her to pick the flamer up, and then use it to shove up these people's rear ends, and pull the trigger repeatedly. Munches popcorn, indeed. The Electropriests rip their hands off the command panels, rendering their flesh on the stakes that pierce them. As their schismatical controlled bodies are imbued with the motive force's radiance, all the unfortunates can do is scream in horror and plead for swift death. Aurora begins muttering an unholy litany in broken Gothic. Willpower test succeeded. You cannot make out her blasphemous words, but the name the heretic keeps repeating, the edge of daybreak, digs into your mind like a blade into your defenseless flesh. Its sound is almost physically painful. It spawns strange and impossible phantoms in your mind. However, you manage to muster your strength and banish it from your mind. Based.
Submit and you'll die quickly.
Okay then. So, point of this fight, and this is also something that required me to trial and error a couple times. Quite sadly, we're gonna have to kill a bunch of these Electropriests. And it sucks, but we're gonna have to do it. So, me and Pesquiggly are gonna go there. Cassia can go here. What's this gunner? Okay. Cassia, you can go behind cover there. Abelard there. Henrix there. Argenta up here.
Chaos guides me.
Dare you?
I really wish we could get a... Ow.
Focus, Van Kellogg's. Focus.
Well, how's our veil degradation? Not bad. Okay, first things first. I want you to... Actually, you know what? We can use mundane means to do that.
Get back to
Heal her.
fighting.
House Orselio thanks you.
Okay.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
Then shotgun pistol him.
I won't object to it.
And...
I'm done with this one.
Ooh. Brutal. Shotgun pistols are awesome. I wish we could get a Casterland robot for Pesquiggly. That would be awesome. Parry. That's good. Casterland robots are basically giant... Well, they're just that. They're giant robots.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
And the Adeptus Mechanicus uses them quite heavily in this setting, when they can get a hold of them. Problem is, Casterlands aren't exactly common anymore.
One fewer target.
Post-Horus Heresy and in the intervening years, their numbers have significantly decreased, but they are very useful. The thing is, you have to kill these guys before the reactor explodes. Each time you kill one of these, you... That's good. Each time you kill one of these, it extends the rounds you get until the reactor goes bye-bye and you get majorly boned. Okay, pass Squiggly. There you go. I want you to shoot him, please.
Not a problem opposing me.
Good.
Was your biggest mistake. Suits my purposes.
Okay, stab him.
Nothing I
Door.
can't do.
They're actually using something somewhat similar to what kind of technology that exists in the real world to control the Casterlands. Okay, I want you all the way over here, and there is a reason for that. Bolter fire, can we... Can't. Wait, what? Hold up. Let's do that first. That'll make him dodge.
As the Emperor commands,
It's not bad. Can we get her over there? Can. Stab him in the kidneys, Argenta.
doubt is for the weak.
He parried that. I'm kind of surprised.
I'll do it.
Yeah. Okay, Cassia, my dear. My dear sweet lady, would you be so kind as to move forward and, make the mean men explode?
Me?
Yeah. Bam. Wham, bam, dam-a-lam. That's very good. Okay.
Isn't this a job for the
Ablard.
stars?
Stab that man. Stab him very hard. Ooh, okay. Good.
High momentum.
Okay, we've got high momentum for him. First things first. I want to hit him with the axe. Repeatedly. Okay. It's good, we got some extra time there. Let's buff our guys and debuff them. There we go. Let's do that. Okay. Ooh. Very nice. Getting a free exploit is very handy. Exploits are awesome. And he got blocked. He's about to absolutely get shanked. Nope. Pascal blocked it. I'm surprised. Okay. Henrix is okay. For the moment. I want him to move forward. There. And how's our Veil degradation? Not bad. We haven't really used too many Psyker powers thus far, so I'm not too worried. Ooh. Oh, that's gonna be painful. Right. Electro Priest is gonna shock us. Ablard. Please stab the man repeatedly.
I will do, Mike.
Any enemies in nearby? Nope. You know, you're right next to him. Do it.
Make a fine scar. I needed that.
Keeping people healed is very important.
Insulting.
That was unpleasant. Oh no, they're all lined up.
I'm
Okay. Time to... wait. Oh, that'll work.
Already done. Nothing of value has been lost.
Ooh.
Suits my
Stub
purposes.
Carbine for the win. This is going very well thus far. Thankfully, I have made it through this fight before a couple of times, so I get the basic mechanics. It is, and I'm not putting this on a super high difficulty, so it should be fairly easy to play. But let me tell you, the first time I played this, I wanted to strangle the game designers. It was very unpleasant. Ooh, good.
I'll do it.
Can we make it over there? Please tell me we can't. We can't. Damn it. Very much. Very much a triple tap. Very good. Sorry about the whistle. I apologize if I...
I am a navigator,
Kill him.
not a servant. Another foe painted black. I'm not accustomed
He already
to
has
being
bullet
ordered
doesn't he?
around.
And a plasma pistol. We'll use the plasma pistol.
At your beck and call.
I'm glad I didn't do a RIP headphone users moment. Okay. Oh, no, that's not going to be good. As long as we don't get immediately brutalized by... Let's do that. Okay, he's gone. I'm gonna actually heal real quick. That healing mechadendrite, if you can get that for Pascal, do so. It is excessively useful. No, I'm sorry, Natty, I shouldn't have done that. Okay, Hinrichs. Be a dear, my good man, and run over there, real quick. Then I want you to stab him.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Good.
I won't object to it.
Okay. Gives us 4 rounds for the next oh shit moment. And then... Gotta be careful with the overcharge protocols. They can be a bit dangerous. Just... Actually, let's run him as far forward as we can get him to go. Then, we're gonna do this. Heroic act. Stab him in the kidneys.
Indeed. Reduced to dust.
And then...
At your beck and call. I've suffered worse.
Yes, you have. However, preferred if you suffered less, if possible. Kind of need you around. Okay, that's good. Ouch. God damn. Okay, we're gonna move him forward. Let's shoot him.
Nothing I can't do. You didn't stand a chance.
Okay, that's good. Very good. Knife time. We're gonna run forward. Is it technically necessary to do this? Probably not, but I am not taking any chances. This is a fight that definitely requires you to end it as quickly as possible, because you do not want to be here when that thing explodes. I like that the game, though futuristic, still has amazing elements of close combat, not just long-range shootings. I mean, I like Warhammer 40K in general, too. The thing about Warhammer is that a lot of the usage of melee is actually very well explained. And basically, it's the way to maximize as much damage as possible on target.
I'll do it.
A lot of other settings don't go through the effort to explain it as well as 40K does. There are a lot of different reasons why 40K has melee combat, and all of them make sense. I really like that.
Doubt is for the weak.
Okay. Cassia. I want you to move forward. You can wield swords and axes effectively, especially if you have if you have advanced enough technology. I don't like that.
Me?
There you go.
If you insist,
Take that.
Lord Captain.
It's a rarity that science fiction settings can make melee weapons work, but there are reasons to use melee weapons in 40K that you don't have in a lot of other settings. And I appreciate that greatly. Okay, he's dead. It's good. That'll help you next round. He's just barely out of range. We could hurt him with that. Getting close to reactor explosion. That's not good. That is not good at... I should be able to hit him.
Naturally.
I'm gonna stab you.
For the throne's good, your reckoning.
There you go. Alright, that's one of them down. Woohoo. Okay, bolter time.
Victory is imminent.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. His bolter skill isn't particularly high.
It will be done.
I'm gonna need a buff in the lot in that factor, ain't I?
The road take you.
Oh, that's unpleasant. Okay. We got 3 rounds until this thing blows up. We should probably do something about that, shouldn't we?
Suits my purposes.
Stab him first. Mark him. And then poke him. Poke him in the nads repeatedly. Good. Okay, he should be... That does not add poison. God, I love the poison weapons in this game. They're really good. Argenta. Medea.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Her bolter skill is actually quite high. Shoot him.
I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's
Okay, we've
judgment.
got some time now. Okay, we want to move her forward. And please give him an extra skill. Turn, actually. Sorry. Ugh. Okay. I really just need to focus on killing him. Sword. Sword. Can do it again.
At your beck and call. I took care of this one.
And then charge him, stab him in the nads. Poke him. Good boy. Aurora, now an aged, rattling voice, speaks to you from behind the blood-stained mask. You are powerless to halt the approach of what is to come. I see a crimson trail leading humanity to its doom. I see the glow of the final dawn. And that means existence has made its choice. A dagger flashes in Aurora's hand. She drives it into the control panel with all her strength. Now you will see it too. Nope. A blinding voltic arc blasts force from the broken control panel and strikes at Aurora's uncanny mask. Its metal heats up. Smoke billows through the bars with a howl. The cultist collapses. She got fried through her own mask. By the machine spirit of this place. That is fucking based. Aurora, the light is gone. Was that it? The final dawn? But why was it so different from what our teacher had promised? Aurora shakes her head blindly. Her voice is now the voice of an ordinary middle-aged woman, frightened and in pain. You will pay for this. You will. You. The woman's body goes limp and collapses to the floor. Her iron mask hits the ground with a dull thud. She looked at poor Aurora. Yeah, I vow you will not pity the mutants.
the heretic, or the alien. You will only purge them forth from this galaxy, for they are an abomination. For such is the will of the Omnissiah.
Okay. Gained 37 experience. Pascal examines the corpse with contempt, then concludes dryly, confirmation, purgation, and termination. Henrix grimaces in disgust. The heretic took her secrets with her. Pity. Cassia, the motley hues have rejected her, leaving only a greyish-green thread. The noose that the heretic put around her own neck. I have seen this many times before. No one can escape fear itself. Henrix is doing Inquisitor things. Henrix approaches Aurora's body and leans over it. A minute, please, Drake. I need no more than a minute. Lord Xenos. Inspect the control panel damaged by Aurora. Lore test Xenos. It succeeded. The cogitator is probably well beyond repair, but your attention is drawn away from the sacred machine and towards the dagger sticking out of the control panel. On closer inspection, it turns out to be the lavishly decorated handguard of a sword whose blade has been pried out. Its pommel is decorated with a strange adornment resembling an eye covered by a scaled lid. Zinch. What remains of the blade has a blue sheen to it, the same tint as Conrad's weapon during the mutiny on your void ship. This is no human-made object. It was grown from wraithbone, a material favored by the Eldar. I am not calling them Eldar. Fuck off, GW. Dogmatic. We'll go with dogmatic for once. It will help things later. As you lean over the shard, you suddenly hear a multitude of voices. They blend together, and individual words are distorted as though they're mocking your attempts to grasp their meaning. The nagging whispers like the burning red scratch of an unholy claw on your mind. Dogmatic. Henrix. Take a look over here. Is this by chance what you are looking for? Henrix raises his head, gets up, and makes a wry face as he carefully examines Aurora's weapon. This unholy object is the work of inhuman hands, and judging by the cold I'm sensing, it is a tool of the arch-enemy. I am most grateful for your diligence, Drake. Dogmatic 3. Henrix takes the strange shard out of the control panel and studies it for a few seconds, curious. Henrix stows the corrupted objects and turns to you. Rogue Trader, on behalf of the Holy Orders, I thank you for your cooperation and release you from requisition. From this moment on, I am at your service. I am ready to come aboard your ship and head for Footfall as soon as you deem it possible. That is, if you do not have other business in the system, in which case I am prepared to assist you in its prompt resolution. Remove Aurora's mask. The iron helmet is firmly attached to the heretic's flesh. Her face is impossible to make out in the darkness beyond the bars of her mask, but after peering at it for a little longer than necessary, you wonder for a moment if you saw something move. This is called foreshadowing, chat. Let us finish cleansing the monastery, Pascal. Executing, let the Omnissiah given motive force flow, and all obstacles in its path be eradicated. The whole Eldar thing is dumb because they basically just did it so that they could copyright their space elves. Because Eldar, they changed it to Aldari because they didn't want to keep ripping off J.R.R. Tolkien because he invented Eldar. That's part of, you know, the Eldar, the Elder race. Well, that's the thing, Natty. She's dead-ish. But she's not the great high big bad muckin' head of the tribe. Toughness, weapon skill. Fellowship is 47. Strength. She is not the one pulling all the, she's not the one pulling all the strings in this game. Or in this particular instance. This game has multiple chapters. We're in chapter 1. By the end of this, I imagine everyone in the chat is going to actually have a fairly good understanding of 40K lore, because this game goes really into it. She is now spooky ghosty. Sort of. Sort of. There is definite warp fuckery involved. Base athletics, base skill Imperium, warp, Xenos, Medicae, bolt weapon proficiency, chain weapon expert, combat master. Oh yeah, this game is 200 plus hours, so we'll be here a while. 200 plus hours if you don't do what I did and spend... That is not dead, which can eternal lie, and with strange eons, even death may die. Hey now, no summoning Cthulhu in the chat. Unless you do what I did and spend an entire day on a single boss fight. It was an absolute pain in the ass. I forgot to turn off the toddler talk. Sorry, don't worry about it. I use retard speak all the time. Okay. It's partially because my sister has a bunch of toddlers at the moment, and, yeah. Children are special creatures. That's all I'm going to say about that. Plasma weapon proficiency, melta weapon proficiency. You know what? I want to be able to use plasma weapons. Or melta. I could use melta too. Zinch giggles hysterically. Zinch is probably... Okay, Zinch is not the closest... Zinch isn't even the closest thing to Cthulhu in this game. We're gonna get a real hard and fast Cthulhu reference later in this game. Like, there is a... H.P. Lovecraft would like his monsters back, please, moment in this game. And it's glorious. Chain weapon expert. Base skill, Medicae. Base skill, lore. Imperium, commerce, coercion. Actually, can I get advanced skill Xenos? I cannot get advanced skill Xenos. Coercion, commerce, athletics, awareness, Imperium. There is a far more Lovecraftian monster in this game that you do encounter. And it's like off on this little world you don't even technically have to go to, but if you do, yeah, it's straight up out of H.P. Lovecraft. It's pretty fucking scary. We're gonna give him toughness because we want to make the ultimate tank out of Adelblard. Adelblard, my darling man, I need you to, Flamer. It will not die. Yes, please. Uber tanky. Argentia, my dear darling woman. You absolutely, terrifyingly wonderful little murder monster. I need you to sing real crazily and turn people into ash. Heavy weapon proficiency. And then, or Imperium buff. Ablard, be more tanky. Yes. You want him to be terribly tanky by the end of this game, because, oh my god. Willpower's good. Toughness, let's just make her a little... You know what? Perception is good. Willpower and perception are both at 60. We're gonna buff her toughness because I don't want to have to deal with constantly raising her up after she gets beat down. Fellowship, intelligence, strength, perception. We can do perception training. Nimble. Actually, Nimble would probably be better because it will give her the ability to not get hit as much, and yeah. She's gonna need that a lot in this game. Perception, weapon skill. We'll take that. Next. Resistance of the Forge. Acceleration protocols, machine spirit scan protocols. I'm looking for a specific one. Wait a second. Where is his plasma? Plasma. Heavy weapon. Can he use heavy weapons yet? Dual weapon combat. Melta, plasma weapon expert. That would help him out a lot. Heavy weapon proficiency. We're gonna need that soon. Because you, there's a thing you can find in this game. There's a very, very terrible, wonderful thing you can find in this game. For the 40K fans out there, it's Jurgen's favorite weapon. It is as busted as you think it is, and I fucking love it. Okay, heavy weapon proficiency, it will not die. Let's make it where he can actually move a little better, because that was the one thing that was, I noticed, being an issue. And let's loot the crap out of this before we go. We're gonna need all of that. Close that off. Don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. No, seriously, we don't need it. It's not that useful. Loot. Well, I'm a little loot whore, short and stout. Cultist gunner. Close. Is there anything up here we can use? Yep, there's more loot from him. You want to loot everything you can in here, because you don't really get to come back here after this is done. And if you're successful, you won't need too much of this junk. I do want to check the weapons we've just been picking up, because there could be something good in here. Probably 90% of it is going to be crappy swords, which we will add to cargo to get rid of. And the rest are in Toby pattern lasguns, which we definitely don't need. We're going to add that to cargo, because we definitely don't need it. I'm going to split this off to where it's like 90% of these. Split. Okay, we're going to keep 2 of those out. And Flamer, we're going to split that too. Split and add that to cargo. Shotgun, don't need those either. Split. I'm going to add those to cargo. Split the sniper rifles. Hey, Sandy! Welcome to the show. It's good to see you. How are ya? How are you doing today? And I think we've got everything out of here we need out. Except for that auto pistol. God knows I don't need that. And then armor, carapace chestplate, we can get rid of that. Black chestplate, get rid of that. Armored body glove, added cargo. We've already got better body gloves as it is. And I'm gonna keep the casing chestplate for now. Mesh chestplate can go. Flak vest we'll keep. That and that. How are you doing, Sandy? It's good to see you. We just beat the crap out of a Chaos Cultist, and we're now going to go chat with a guy who's got electro bits shoved up his rear. The hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium greets its savior. Star Impulse 6. Okay, can we get anything out of you? No, we can't. Of course not. I thought there was more dialogue here. Could have sworn that there was more dialogue here. Of course not. Okay. Well, that being the case, let's just move on out then. On to the next bit of blowing shit up and hopefully surviving. Collect all. Yes, please. Okay. Exiting the electrodynamic Cenobium and hopefully moving on to the... Is there any loot out here we need to grab? Nope. We can return to the void ship now. Just got home from work and scarfing some dinner. Hope you are well. I am doing excellently, and speaking of food, I should probably grab some of the stuff I made next to me. I'm doing way better now that I just got some good news where we have a new calf. I will have to get pictures of that. It's cute. And I'm playing Rogue Trader. And the stream is going well. And I am actually fairly awake and capable of speech. Okay.
Rogue Trader. I was somewhat brusque at our first meeting, and I would like to make up for it by expressing my thanks for your assistance in the electrodynamic Cenobium. Your arrival could not have come at a better time. Thanks to you, I have succeeded in finding the object that brought me to this system in the first place. Now that the weapon of corruption has been seized from the cult, I can satisfy the Lord Inquisitor's wish and travel with you to Footfall, once you have finished your business on Rycat.
Quite so, Patty. And calf. B-A-L-F. Calf. Baby cow. Cool.
There is one more thing. The Lord Inquisitor gave me this item some time ago. He must have thought it likely that I would find myself aboard this vessel sooner than he. I was instructed to deliver this device to Lady Theodora. However, given recent events, I believe I ought to present it to you. This is an elucidator, a sacred machine capable of translating the languages of remote and lost worlds into Low Gothic. It can even process Xenos languages to a certain degree. Not without infelicities, but possibly well.
Very useful. Of course, I'm gonna have to ask the actual question a rogue trader would ask. Be honest, Van Calox, is this some kind of tracking device?
Certainly not. The elucidator is such a rare and complex creation of the Omnissiah that neither I nor any of my colleagues would dream of compromising its integrity. If you wish, have your tech priests confirm that there are no listening devices inside.
What do you think will become of the electrodynamic Cenobium?
It all depends on the electro priests who survived the attack. Fortunately for them, the cultists did not manage to seriously corrupt the holy site, partly thanks to the priesthood's efforts. Nevertheless, I would not be surprised if the local explorator fleet decides to audit and purge the damaged units once it hears about what has happened.
What do you plan to do now?
I would like to offer my assistance in resolving your immediate problems. I am aware that the ship suffered considerable losses during the recent mutiny and was damaged by the cultists' actions, and you have lost many valuable officers as well. You are in a difficult situation. I am at your disposal.
That, quote, Men in Black, too. Damn decent of you. Himmer is about to say something when he is interrupted by the sound of a Vox signal. Someone is trying to contact you.
Thank you for your time. Please consider me at your complete disposal while I am aboard your vessel.
Back to the more serious business of Minecrafting heretics, of course. And Van Calox is actually one of the... as long as you pick the right dialogue options, he's actually one of the best companions in the game. I like him a lot. Vox Master Vigdus. Congratulations on the victory, your lordship. The entire vessel was impatiently awaiting the news of your expedition's success. The rumors about you not simply saving the Tech Priest Monastery, but actually eliminating the source of the mutiny are spreading like wildfire. The Vox transmissions from across the world speak of nothing else. Governor Midna is expecting you at his command center to discuss matters. We are ready to depart immediately. Just give the order. And I did the fake Irish thing again. God damn it. Henrix is useful, but has an annoying inherent tendency to delve too deeply into heresy. He is definitely a radical. A far more radical Inquisitor than... he's definitely not an Amalathian. And while we're doing this, I should probably explain what the different branches of the Inquisition a little bit. So, there are different guiding philosophies of the Inquisition. Actually, you know what? I need to... Let's go back to the bridge. There are different guiding philosophies of the Inquisition. So, they're like Amalathians. Amalathians are all about protocol and staying within the standard bounds of inquisitorial and imperial order. They're all about preserving the status quo to the best of their ability. They're not afraid to get their hands dirty if they have to, but they prefer to not go outside of established procedure. Then there's the monodominant. Monodominant Inquisitors are... if 50-pound power sledge was a person, it would be your average monodominant Inquisitor. I'd like to order the shipping and transport of goods. Because, yeah. Like C-3PO then. Yeah, sort of. They're very fond of protocol and staying within protocol. Thunderfang. What can we get from them right now? Oh, I have enough to buy quite a bit. Select tradable. Trade. Trading. Yes, please. We're gonna need all of this. Monodominants are basically walking, talking, living, breathing sledgehammers. Mars Pattern Axe. Nice. The... Pneumo Boots. Fire Grenade. Okay. Okay. Select tradable. Trade. Can't get either of those. And there are other branches. There are the Thorians, which are, if I remember correctly, the Thorians are the ones that believe... Is it the Thorians? I think it's the Thorians. Thorians are more radical. They believe that you can use chaos to fight chaos, which in some cases is true. Don't quote me on the naming convention, because the Thorians might not be the ones I'm thinking of, but I think it's the Thorians. Actually, we should do something real quick. Inventory. Characters. Distribution of loot time. Soul Pattern Chainsword. Actually, we're gonna go specifications in descending order. Power Maul. Where's that axe? Ooh, right there. 9 to 10, 8 to 12. Ooh, lower max damage. Yeah, we're giving him that right away. 12. 20%. If all you have, well, R is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. If it doesn't look like a nail yet, it probably will in a minute. Yeah, that's basically their attitude. And, you know, they get a lot of crap, the monodominant do, but they are actually usually pretty hard to corrupt. Chaos is not a fan of them, for a lot of reasons. 10, 8 to 10. We'll give her that officer's chain sword, because she's actually got chain weapon proficiency already. I actually like them quite a bit. So a patterned sword. Kibbles. Ding dong. The Thorians are more radical. The Thorians are... Yeah, we definitely want to switch that out for that. And we'll give her a pistol. What's the other pistol we have? Better pistol. Oh, she's got that. Okay. They're not my least favorite. All the inquisitorial groups have a niche. Sometimes you want a more radical inquisitor. Sometimes you really don't. Are there 40K books I would suggest? Okay, so I just got done reading Eisenhorn. I would suggest reading the Eisenhorn books. I would suggest reading the Ravener books. Ravener and Eisenhorn, so far from what I've read of Eisenhorn, it's excellent. Ravener, I've read all of it. It is very good. Then I would suggest, if you're not interested in reading about Inquisitors, if you want to read about like Imperial Guard stories, I'd suggest Caiaphas Cain or Gonskos. Both of those are good. If you want to read about more modern stuff, like what's going on in the current setting, read what's it called? Godblight and a couple of the other books in, I believe, the Modern Dawn of Fire series, I believe it is. As far as really well-written ones, in 30K, if you want to learn about the Horus Heresy, Flight of the Eisenstein. It sets up a lot that goes on in there. I don't like all of the Horus Heresy lore, because it kind of... The Horus Heresy was written by a bunch of different people, and some of those people shouldn't have been allowed to write the things that they were allowed to write. There's no way to say this, but certain people shouldn't have been allowed near certain things because they... Wait, one second. I want to check. Do we get Abel? Is Abel okay? Is Abel in here? Because they're not really the right person for the job. Like, you shouldn't be hiring certain Chaos fanboys to write Imperial stories, because they're gonna paint the Imperials in an awful light because they're Chaos fanboys. It's really dumb. If you want to read about, like, traitors, kind of. Kinda, sorta, not really. I prefer a lot of older lore. I prefer... If I was going to suggest, like, a jumping-off point into 40K, Caiaphas Cain and Eisenhorn. And then I would read, yes, we did get Abel. He's alive. See, chat, we saved him. The person you saved from the Electro Priest Monastery, the servant of the Omnissiah who calls himself Abel Hunneman, is staring intently at a cogitator's vid screen. Wires connect the sacred computing machine to augmetics inside the prayerfully bowed heads of murmuring servitors. Abel looks up at you. After a lengthy silence, he looks away and says stiffly, "The Omnissiah Nizol comprehensol." How are you feeling, Abel? The tech priest stares intently at his feet for a while and then says in a halting voice, Eisenhorn and Caiaphas Cain. Caiaphas, like the high priest who killed Jesus, and then Cain, like the dude who killed his brother. Eisenhorn, I should have it up on my phone right now. Eisenhorn, E, Echo, I-S-E-N-H-O-R-N. Eisenhorn. I'm not doing that whole thing in NATO code because my brain is just not capable of functioning in that high of an order at this point. But yeah, Eisenhorn, Caiaphas Cain, Gaunt's Ghosts, and then I would suggest reading, like, Godblight, if you want to learn about Space Marines, Primarchs, all that crap. The tech priest stares intently at his feet for a while and then says, in a halting voice, "The running of the binaric protocols was bogged down and dissolved in false commands. The filter has separated the correct signals from the incorrect. The running has restored its swiftness." Pascal speaks softly as though trying to match the inflections of Abel's voice. Tech brother Abel has passed the diagnostics. The pernicious influence of sacrilegious procedures has been completely eliminated. Statistically, most survivors of the schismatical's infestation are left with severe cognitive impairments. However, Tech brother Abel's mind, being of a less typical nature, has not been damaged to so great a degree. Gaze into Abel's eyes. Tech brother Abel, you are free from possession, are you not? I trust that you pose no threat to my ship. Abel's voice quivers and his eyes dart around, desperately avoiding eye contact. What was flawed has since been purged, but the shadows of the hunt linger. The cog is dismounted, and no judgment has been made. In the absence of judgment, threat remains. Who will make the judgment? I will. Pascal places a mechadendrite on Abel's shoulder, and repeats, his voice heavy like a wheel tread, crushing the dirt underneath. I will make the judgment that will avert the threat. His gaze falls on you. There is no need to frighten him. What troubles him so? I assumed at first that this was caused by the shock inflicted upon his system by the schismatical attack, but my tech brother's words are a sign of a deeper reason for his unease. He foresees something that threatens both him and all those around him, and thus I stand ready to face the threat. This threat. You care for him as if he truly were your younger brother. Pascal's vox rasps a tired laugh. Tech Brother Abel is harmonious, and harmony is beauty. Is it so strange, an urge to protect beauty from the horrors of the grotesque? Why are you so concerned about him? He is not the one you were hoping to find. Answer unknown. I am registering a kinship, both between our identifiers and one that is profound. Eisenhorn first book is Xenos by Dan Abnett. Arid Hail Red Phelan is correct. Ravener is also good. Ravener, Eisenhorn, Caiaphas Cain, I believe the first book of that is For the Emperor. Do not read Eldor lore, okay? Any of the Inari books, don't read them. Don't read them, just don't. Don't even acknowledge their existence, don't read them, they're crap. Available via Kindle as well as other outlets. You can get them on Audible too, and the narrator is really good. Really, really good. He does most of the 40K, the older 40K audiobooks. Very good. Jonathan Keeble, like him a lot. It may be that I see one that is most profound. Archmagus Armanat left an imprint on all of his students. It may be, then, that I see some of my mentor in Tech Brother Abel, and so my spirit rejoices and strives to keep him from harm. Ravener, also Dan Abnett. Most things by Dan Abnett are pretty good. What judgment do you two speak of? Only he knows. But if my Tech Brother fears that he might not make the right decision at the critical moment, then I will do it for him. I will try not to give Abel any cause for undue dread. Point to the cogitator. What are you working on? We catch the soul of the light and the soul of the wind. We look for the footsteps the Omnisaur left when he walked the desert. Abnett, yes. This is the Oniromantic computation procedure. The depersonalized minds of those machine servants are in a data dream, processing enormous arrays of assorted data and aggregating them. Virtually all results of such synthesis are scrap data, but occasionally we have noted coincidences whose exactness defied logic. It is extremely rare and venerated form of statistical augury, but Tech Brother Abel is adept at this form of appealing to the Deus Mechanicus. Look for logical connections within the data. Logic test succeeded. Most of the runes are devoid of any meaning, but you notice a few among them that combine into formulae and computational graphs. Abel peers at you inquisitively, then shifts his gaze to the vid screen, and you could swear that a smile lights upon his face under his respiratory augmetic. A crystal is exquisite in clear water. Deviation from the cycle's trajectory has been increased, as was Amonet's wish. Abel lowers his head, and his vox synthesizer broadcasts a binaric hymn you do not recall having heard before. Its sound is full of vibrant energy, and its precise rhythm is nothing short of pleasing to the ear, a rare thing for the language of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Pascal explains with an inexplicable air of pride. Tech Brother Abel has dedicated a lesser aria to you. This piece is distinguished by a high degree of acoustic harmony and is fit for use as a motto, auxiliary identifier, or epitaph. Bow to Abel, I thank you for the generous gift. The gift is disproportionate, but it does signify a personal affinity. Why do you do it? It is how we execute the quest for knowledge in the hope that the machine god grants us an epiphany, so that we may discern a logical connection in mass of absurd data which will propel our comprehension forward. Inspect the sacred machine. The hair has been removed from the servitor's head. Their bulky cerebral augmetics cover the skulls like helmets. The faces of the cogitator servants are blank. Their eyes are closed. Their lips are incessantly whispering what sounds like gibberish. Hundreds of lines of symbols containing information scroll down the cogitator's vid screen. Abel Hunneman peers at it with voracious interest, in sharp contrast to his usual placidity. My interest in this subject has been exhausted. Abel goes back to intently watching the calculation, his eyes alight with curiosity. Also, the Farsight books, they're by an author who cannot write Eldar lore to save his life. Gav Thorpe, the ones by Gav Thorpe, the ones that cover Commander Farsight. those aren't terrible. They're definitely not as bad as his Eldar books. They're actually okay. I would suggest reading those once you get, like, more into 40K. Because there's a lot in those books that you will be able to appreciate if you have a broader knowledge of the setting. Also, I would suggest that if you really want to get into 40K lore, there are a couple things you need to do that are kind of difficult to do from, like, traditional, like, getting them off of books. Because a lot of the books are, A, out of circulation, and B, difficult to get your hands on. Largely due to the scalping problem, which I'm not going to go into tonight, but it's an issue in 40K, is check out someone's reading of the Rising Storm on YouTube. I would suggest either Baldermort's Rising Storm videos. I think there's someone else who does a version too. A Border Prince Rising Storm. Both of those series are good intro points to the current setting of 40K and a lot involved with it. Also, if you want a really funny book, funny, still grimdark, and very fucked up in a lot of ways, read The Infinite and the Divine by Robert Rath. It is absolutely awesome. It is one of the best 40K books you can read. It explains an awful lot that you wouldn't get outside of that. Farsight books by Phil Kelly. I thought those were by Gav Thorpe. I thought there's at least one of the Damocles books. Never mind. Don't worry about it. But get a hold of those. Get a hold of The Infinite and the Divine because it's really good. Because it's just read it. It's great. The Infinite Divine by Robert Rath. It's on Kindle. It's on Audible. You might even be able to get it from your local library, which is where I first read it. It's really good. Turn to Pascal. Did you hear what Abel said? It seems we have contributed to Amarnat's design and deviated from the cycle. What does that mean for you? A low guttural sound rises from the depths of Pascal's Vox synth, as though the planet's tectonic plates are shifting and crushing each other. The mighty rumble brings forth words imbued with power. We follow a path charted by a great mind, but that path leads to dark places. The cycle has the advantage of predictability. Abandoning it will plunge the collective into a perilous space of uncertainty, which will inevitably lead to disasters and the risk of universal annihilation. The doctrine of discontinuing the cycle may herald good things to come, or it may be a death sentence. Only the Omnissiah knows all and comprehends all. Others are mere prophets who interpret his wisdom as far as their own comprehension permits. If you're just tuning in, welcome to Warhammer 40K Book Club. Yeah, I can get kind of fixated because I really like books a lot, and I like the Warhammer 40K universe. I've read a lot of it, so if I ramble a bit on 40K books that you should check out, I'm not sorry. I really like the setting a lot. But if people find it boring, I do apologize. As flawed as the status quo is, it has helped us survive for the past 10 millennia, therefore it is effective. That's not quite true. Disaster is just another word for opportunity. Not missing it is what it's all about. This statement is true. A crisis motivates a system towards growth and elaboration. The more unbearable the test, the more earnest will be the mind's appeal to the Omnissiah's wisdom, and the more stable the response. The tone of thundering profundity drains from Pascal's Vox, giving way to his familiar sibilance. I must take my leave. Abel immediately looks away, as if he has lost all interest in you, but then his Vox crackles, barely audible. I am glad to see you. Yeah, you can get this dialogue out of him later, but Abel is literally autistic. And I'm not being, like, mean or anything. He is literally autistic. But he is extremely high-functioning, like, extremely high-functioning autistic, so he is basically the ultimate tech priest. I think probably most members of the Adeptus Mechanicus are conditioned to be somewhat that way, but yeah, Abel is hyper. He has the hypertisms. An extremely very useful variant of the hypertisms. He doesn't do so well with people. Yeah, I want to give him a hug. That's part of the reason I wanted to save him, because he doesn't deserve that. He's not a warrior. He's a thinker. You know, you want to be really nice to him because he's the special kid. You know, it raises those paternal instincts to protect the poor guy.
A new challenge for me?
Okay. Governor Midna. Greetings, your lordship. Governor Midna offers Henrix a somewhat strange smile. Master Van Kylox, it pleases me to see you in such good health. I hope that you accomplished, what you intended at the electrodynamic cenobium. The interrogator nods without saying a word. After an uncomfortably long pause, Governor Midna clears his throat and quickly turns to you. I can't express how grateful I am for your help. Now that the insidious heretics' designs have been thwarted, nothing stands in the way of my plans or yours. With Aurora dead, the spirit of revolt is waning. Entire squads of rebels are surrendering. We are witnessing the final days of the uprising. I have already signed the order to allocate 2,000 first-class voidfarers to you. That transfer to your ship should begin any minute now. Gained experience 6, gained profit factor 5. We're getting rich, chat. Rich off the suffering of, the problems we have solved. I would also like to salute the savior of Rykad Minoris, and have already given the order for a celebration to be held in your honor. We will mark your victory with an ancient custom, the Triumph. You will drive through the city streets accompanied by a guard of honor, as benefits the hero who has vanquished the Imperium's enemies, while your trophies will be displayed to the jubilant crowds. Let me know once you have concluded your business in the system and are ready for the Triumph to begin. I have other business in this system. Let's do that first. I want to check something real quick. Continue. Show me your personal arsenal. I will be accepting that, and that. Can't be a trader without profit factor. That is quite true, Arid Hail. That's great armor, but I want to see if, 2%? Ooh. Oh, yeah. I like that. I like that a lot, chat. Heavy armor. Heavy armor is awesome. Anytime you can equip a character with heavy armor, equip a character with heavy armor. It's worth it. It is so unfathomably worth it. Also, Ceramite Stormtrooper Carapace looks so cool. I'm gonna save that for me. Next go around, next leveling, we will dump some points into strength and then get heavy armor proficiency so we can equip that. Because heavy armor, really good. Really good. Okay. Modified las rifle. Where is that? Modified las gun. 5 to 12. Single shot burst fire. Ooh, good. I like that quite a bit. Can we give her a better pistol? 711, 6 to 2. Darkestein. Okay, there we go. That's good. That's much better. Alright, what's her sword look like? She's got the Mazoa pattern sword, so she does have a pretty... So, sword Mazoa pattern, this is better. Wait, can we give her a... Wait, she can use force blades? Wait, 1 second, chat. One second. Or Cassia,
They fear to look at me because of
please,
my appearance.
give me a moment.
I fear to look at them because of their rotten-colored souls.
That can't be used because... Oh. She can't use the special attack, but it is better than everything else she has. Okay. Alright. We will be, I'm ready for my triumph. Okay. Excellent. We will see each other at the square then. May the light of the throne be with you. Okay. Let's go do this. This is gonna be a thing. This is gonna be an oh shit moment, to be sure. Thankfully, we are prepared to deal with the oh crap moment that occurs. Ah, wait, no we're not. No, we're not, chat. There's something very important we need to do. There is something very, very, very important we need to do. Thank you. It's good. It's good. It's good. One thing first. I want to make sure everyone has fully stocked up on secondaries, because we're going to need them. Thank you. There's your healing. Here you go. You do not want to be low on healing kits, and what is about to happen, because this is, not to spoil it too much, but this does not go down as intended. Fire grenade. Fire grenade. Force grenade. Frag grenade. Blinding grenade. Blinding grenade would actually probably be pretty good, considering what we're about to go up against. Okay, Master of Ceremonies. Your Lordship, peerless Lord von Valentius, I am the Master of Ceremonies of Ryclad Minoris. Everything is in place for your triumph. Allow me to give you a brief summary of the upcoming event. Speak. You'll take the road, now familiar to you, from here to the starport. You will be accompanied by your comrades in arms and a guard of honor. The body of the heretic known as the Prophet, Aurora, will be pulled in your wake as a battle trophy. A stop is planned in the middle of the road. There, grateful citizens will rush towards you, praising you for their salvation. Not to worry, this is thoroughly choreographed interlude. The group of grateful people will be composed exclusively of loyal citizens vetted by us, members of the military, young people, attractive and physically fit, a few healthy children. Oh god, I love how fucking fake the Imperium is. Once they have said their praise, the procession will move on. Governor Midna will wait for you by the starport. It is also known where the pyre has been built for burning the body of the heretic known as Aurora. You will be handed a flamer blessed by a representative of the ecclesiarchy. You can choose to personally perform the burning, but if you wish to underscore the amicable alliance between House von Valentius and House Winterscale, it would be fitting to pass the honor of the burning to Governor Midna. However, the choice is yours. An excellent plan. I am ready to start my triumph. You don't actually want to depart from protocol here. In the 40K setting, it's not paranoia if they are out to get you. And, yeah, you're a rogue trader. Your enemies are limitless. Not that it's really going to help what's about to happen, but, right. Surrounded by evil, repelling emblems, Aurora's corpse looks like a tiny island of gloom in the glorious ocean of your impending triumph. The governor's people must have put a lot of work into protecting the body from decay, as well as sawing off the grim face mask. The dead prophet has the weary, unremarkable face of an utterly nondescript commoner. The one aberration of her appearance is the many small mouths on her cheek and forehead. Yeah, that's warp corruption. They have been painstakingly sewn shut with a thick thread and plastered over with a layer of face powder. The cosmetics transform the heretic's face into an eerie mask. The corner of her mouth is frozen in the hint of a grin, wryly mirrored by her lesser mouths. Are you pleased, enemy of mine? The grin seems to ask. I will hunt down all of your accomplices, wherever they may be, and I will follow you into the fire. That's the best choice. Not a sound comes in response, but as soon as you blink, the corner of the corpse's mouth seems to move upward by a hair's breadth. Or is it just your imagination? Eh boy. That is a Lehman Russ. A very, very nice tank. So those are those meltas or bolt? I'm not sure. I can't remember what this configuration is. That's a heavy bolter, I'm pretty sure. That's the normal cannon barrel. And those are either meltas or flamers.
It's about time.
Okay. Here we go. Might the Emperor be with you. Uh-oh. Make way, let us greet the hero. A small group of festively dressed people rushes towards you. Glory to the Von Valentius dynasty. Glory to Drake, a hero of Rykad Minoris. Pilot Raquel, that's the person we saved earlier. A stately, beautiful, and finely dressed woman calls out your name in a sonorous voice. It isn't until you take a closer look at her that you recognize her as Captain Raquel, the pilot you met on Rykad Philia. Continue. Master of Ceremonies. The grateful citizens wish to present gifts to their Redeemer. The Master of Ceremonies' sugary voice almost brings a taste of honey to your mouth. For whatever reason, you know for certain that right at that moment, the gaze of Aurora's dead empty eye sockets are fixed upon the back of your head. A thought surfaces in your mind, not a voice inside your head, no, a mere thought. They are all going to die, befuddled, deprived, never having seen the truth, and it is all because of you, enemy of mine. It is at this moment where a normal rogue trader is going to freak out, which is exactly what we're going to do. Address the soldiers in the cordon. Stop the ceremony! Take the people away! Something terrible is about to happen! The soldiers in the cordon exchange perplexed glances, but their trained discipline prevails, and they turn towards the spectators, preparing to lead the crowd away. Cassia, I am sensing something boundless, blue, golden, dark. A grimace contorts Henrik's face. The interrogator lifts a hand to his temple, as though struck by a sudden migraine. What?
Behold, behold the final dawn.
Aurora says. And it is at this moment that he knew he fucked up. Okay. Give me a moment, chat, because I need to go take a wee and get some water, and I will be right. Don't worry about it, Natty, and welcome back. Okay. Alright, that is one hell of a fight. Okay. Okay. 12. It's fine. 25 wounds. Preferably we can keep her alive. Okay, so Argenta is going here. Cassia is going... That's an Acolyte Cultist there. This doth not bode well. I don't like this one bit. Put Pascal over there where he can do a lot of damage. We're going to move Abelard up next to her. What is it doing again? Please, God. No, it's just it being retarded again. Okay. We're going to move him up next to her. Oh yeah, probably. I have had to go through this fight before multiple times because, you'll see. You'll see, I'll show you in a bit. Things can get very hairy in this one. I mean, hairier than an Italian dude's chest. This is gonna be, it's gonna be messy. Okay, so first things first, Argenta, you bolt her out. I did not equip you with the flamer. I probably should have done that. That was kind of stupid.
Guided by faith.
So first things first.
As the
shoot.
Emperor commands, I act.
Okay, not bad.
I'll do
Gun.
it.
I'm not Italian, Natty. Thank God. Okay. And she barely hit most of her targets there. Good God. Okay, actually, move her up there.
Deeds is worthless.
And to cover. Shh. I say, would you mind shooting him?
Let's see to it.
Really, video game. We're gonna do this. Okay.
I won't object to it.
Stab him. Make his pee-pee explode. Forgot about that one. That's one of the reasons this could get hairy. The other one is that, we need to finish this fight quickly. So you remember that last boss fight we were in? Yeah. They can kind of do that. Okay. I don't like this. Prefer to be able to get more than one of them in a hit, but I don't think it's going to let me. Ow. Knock him over, please. Thank you. Sort of. They're not licking anything too hard at the moment, for which we can be very grateful. Sadly, it doesn't stay that way.
My place is at the port.
Leader of cultists is over there. First things first.
Victory
Shoot at him,
is
man. Okay. Then charge and kill him. Forcer is down to very low health. And he's now turned into a Chaos Cultist. That is not good. We just got toasted. Okay, my dearest lady.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
I want you to... Yeah, they're licking the Chaos Booge a little too hard here.
Isn't this a
God,
job
I
for
just
the
said that.
Germans?
Fuck. actually. Can I give him... Yeah, I can give him another free turn. So... Can I do this? Let's see. Overcharge shot. Yes, it will hit both of you.
At your beck and call.
And then,
I will do my
stab him.
duty.
There we go. Slashed him wide open. That's good. Door. Shoot that man, please. I don't think you should have missed at that range. Sure, video game. Let's just go with that. Well, you're not gonna miss this. Thank you. And we should be good. Cassie is good. Are the machine spirits real or superstition only? Depends on whose headcanon you want to go with. But, no. For the sake of actually maintaining some people's sanity, no. They are not merely the babblings of witch doctors. Some machine spirits are actual honest-to-God spirits. Other machine spirits are AI from the Dark Age of Technology that are holdovers. Extremely primitive AI, but AI nonetheless. And others... Wait, can I get that to... No, I can't get the dart, and I don't have line of sight. And others are just... Some are actually superstition. It depends on the machine spirit. Like, what's the battle station owned by the Imperial Fists? I'm blanking. That battle station has a machine spirit that is absolutely 100% an AI from the Dark Age of Technology. Most Titans have machine spirit AIs. Some of them have actual spirits, if you believe some of the Haunted Knight stories. But most of the time, machine spirits are just are usually just either AI or superstition. Usually, depends. It does depend.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
I want you to put a bolter up to his forehead and shoot him. Thank you. And now, can you just be a deer? Move over there. That's about the best we're probably going to get out of you. God, that veil degradation is high. We're not going to be using force blades for actually force bladey things right now. That would be a very terrible, terrible, terrible idea.
Let's see to it.
Veil degradation. So as soon as we get back to... Okay. Veil degradation is this right here. If this bar fills up all the way, you start having demons spawn in all the time, and that is very, very bothersome. You generally want to avoid having demons spawn in, because having demons spawn in is not a good recipe for long life and happiness. Okay. He got squished. Huh. How far is this? It's 2 cells in front of me. I bet. Can't make that work, but I can hit him with the axe. Throw this out here. Probably should have done that first. And then... Yes, summoning demons is usually a bad recipe for long life and happiness. Which is why we're going to try and avoid opening up the veil too much. Ow! That is maximum suckage right there.
Careful now.
That's healing.
We'll rule the stars themselves.
Okay. I'm gonna walk up and smack the mean man repeatedly with our very large, thick, hard sword.
At your beck and call, target.
And he's gone.
It will be done.
And he's in a lot of pain by now. And we're out of AP.
Death to the weak.
Thankfully, I will say this, and this is not too hard of a spoiler, we are thankfully not fighting Emperor's Children this go around, and I am very grateful for that. Fighting the Emperor's Children usually sucks for anyone who has to fight them. Because, yeah.
I will do my duty.
Is there a legion that likes putting things where things shouldn't be put? I don't like the idea of having... Yeah, they turn people into space cocaine, and that is the least bad thing they do.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
I bring ruin.
Oh, that's painful. Okay, Anointed Cultist, Enforcer. Okay, first things first, I'm going to... No, we're gonna move back.
Forge ahead.
Ow. Okay, first things first, shoot you.
Nothing I.
He's down, and we're gonna stab him.
All too easy.
Okay, that's 2 of them down.
Already done.
Endure. Good there. Okay, I think we're actually managing to pull this off fairly well. This could have gone a lot. I mean, a lot worse.
My faith strengthens me.
I can't remember if they get a ton of reinforcements midway through. Dude. Oh no, he did 0 damage to me. I'm so scared. Ow. That's painful. Getting shot with a flamer is not my idea of a good time. Pascal took an attack of opportunity there.
Follow my lead.
Okay, he's got 6 damage off of him. Killed that one. He's gonna try and, yep, he just flamed the crap out of Argenta. That's extremely unfortunate. Okay, how many of them are left? How many wounds does he have? 25. Okay, let's do this first. And then we're going to shoot him with the bolter pistol.
I'll do it.
Ooh. That's nasty. I bet that would kill him pretty quickly. If it hits, it did hit. Excellent. Buffed her momentum a bit.
I'll do it.
Later on, you can use that to damage demons. I don't remember if I've got that upgrade for it yet.
Everyone, step aside.
Henrix is moving forward. We got him up here where he needs to be. Can we get him to beat on that guy a little? No, we can't. What a bloody shame. Okay. He's got pretty much all the health he needs for the moment. Not too worried about that. Good straights. Let's put him on Endure. And then Pascal's gonna do a very mean thing to these poor fellers here. Ooh, 3 at a whack. That's pretty damn good, actually. Very happy with that. Now we're down to 4 enemies. Ooh. That stings a little, don't it, buddy?
I've seen worse battles
Okay,
than
first
this in
things
my
first,
time.
let's have him run over there. Stab him. And then shoot her! Oh god, he missed. Of course he did. Okay. A lot of people give the Inquisition a lot of crap, but if this world had had an Ordo Inquisitorius Planatia, this probably wouldn't have happened. Everyone wants to crap on the Inquisitor right up until they need an Inquisitor. Because once you need an Inquisitor, you really need an Inquisitor.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Victory is imminent.
Get him over there. Or closer. Okay. The last of them are all over here. Let's move us up that way. Okay. It's pretty good. Let's take it while we can. You know what? First things first. Let's run up there. Get ourselves a little closer. Then we'll use this.
Glory to my bloodline.
Okay, first things first. Let's get right there. And we're gonna stab him in the back.
Nothing I come. You didn't stand a chance.
We're gonna walk over here.
I shall not fear.
And that's the last one standing, so let's spare no expense. There you go. And,
Suits my purpose of opposing me.
suck on these nuts.
With your
There we go.
biggest mistake.
Dagger through the back. Very good. Damn it. Your comm comes alive. Vigdis' voice struggles to get through the sundering static. Lord 10, this is Ex-Master. Please, stall gem. Let's immediately send it up. Vigdis, what is going on? Captain, interference. Repeat. I shall fear no darkness, for light is within me, the light of my faith in thee. I shall flee before no enemy, for there is no enemy more terrible than cowardice, and I shall overpower it. Argenta prays aloud, all the while checking her equipment with deft fingers. Red, black, and lots of blinding white fear. The whole city is quaking, no, the whole world. Let's talk more action. What's Vigdis saying, Lord Captain? Are they going to send a shuttle for us? We must move out towards the starport at once. The shuttles aren't going to find us here, even if the comlink stabilizes, which it won't. We are not abandoning these people in distress. Everyone can come with us. Pilot Raquel. Jasper and I must get weapons, any weapons. We'll catch up with you at the starport. We might even pick up some people from the garrison or civilians along the way. The sense of alarm is now physically drilling through your temples. The fleeting little whispers at the edge of your hearing are sinister and evil. That's it, we move out. Okay, first things first. We need to move everyone up out of the frickin'...
lazy handle sacred technology breaks my heart. Figuratively speaking, my cardiovascular augmentation can withstand much more than high blood pressure.
God, I would give my frickin' left nut for a cardiovascular system that would preserve me from high blood pressure. Sadly, that's not going to happen. I'm gonna die young and miserable.
It's nothing.
Having your heart explode is a long and time-honored tradition in my family. Okay. Okay, that's good, that's good, that's good. Map.
I will endure.
Yeah, this is gonna be one where we pick up all... Actually, we're not picking up wounds from that. That's pleasant. Okay, note to self. Those particular traps don't actually add wounds, though they probably do add a status effect of some kind. Let's get his whatever he has. Okay, I think that's all the loot. Let's go. Let's go. Less than pleasant experience, I'm sure. Give me a second. I'm gonna grab a bite to eat real quick.
None shall stand in my way.
All right. Okay, I think we've got everything cleared through here that we can get clear. You'll see why I'm going this direction in a moment. There's no way to really get through here without getting in a fight, as far as I'm aware.
Sense a slight pressure in the atmosphere, like a distant sigh echo. I presume it is the result of the massacre that happened on these streets.
You presume somewhat correctly. However, there is far more fuckery afoot than even my good man Van Calox is aware of. Far more worrying things on this world than normal human cultists.
Martyrdom is a reward.
Okay, let's get...
Take a knee.
Everyone just get out of the...
Bow before me.
Leroy Jenkins. Okay. So, we want everyone to stack up here. This is actually one where you want it. Worse things than chaos spawns, too. They have really big health pools, but thankfully you can whittle them down pretty hard and pretty easily if you know what you're doing. Okay. Anointed cultist. Cultist. Okay, now.
Emperor, give me strength.
Okay,
I am a navigator.
let's hit her with that. That's good. That's real good. Fright the crap out of him. Pascal gets that. Okay. Rejoice, for I bring you glorious good news. God walks among us.
Out of my way.
Okay. Harry. Okay, I'll spawn. Dodge. Okay. That is a lot of enemies. Okay, we did manage to push him back. Good. Do we move down to fight those, or move? No, we'll keep it focused. Head in the game, head in the game, head in the game. Stub carbine.
Not a problem for me.
Okay, and then let's give that to Pascal. And then we'll shoot him. Not great as far as damage goes. I would have preferred a bit more. Get it. Endurance. There are far more worrying things in the street than chaos demons, sadly.
Rejoice in battle.
Now all we need is a really pissed off, angry, bearded dwarf to help us out of our troubles, but don't think we're gonna get that. Why'd you just throw that? Because it's gonna be, that's asset denial. Okay. That's to keep them from coming up there without taking damage. Not that it won't stop them from doing it, but it'll at least give them pause. Let's do that.
Without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands,
Bam.
why I was chosen.
Okay. The Inquisition is necessary because of events just like this. This planet had a proper inquisitorial branch, office. Most of this wouldn't have happened. An awful lot of people would still be alive. Sadly, we're on the frontier, and beggars can't be choosers all the time in this setting, so... That's a good hit. That's 42 wounds. First things first, let's... Okay, since we're all here... Let's do Machine Spirit Communion. Then... Hey, Ablard. I want you... I want you to move forward. A couple of cells. Just far enough for you to get clear your line of sight. Charge up, hit him. He's down to 32. Shoot him. Miss. Of course you did. Can we get you guys all up here? That would be really nice. Yeah, they're just gonna keep summoning bullshit, aren't they? Oh well, there's nothing to do. There's nothing for it. Let's,
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Hey, Bernard, can you hit both of them without hitting our guys? Yes! That's a Chaos Spawn down. Okay. And...
In the name of
I believe she has
I shall prevail.
a bolter. She does have a bolter. That's good. That's very good.
Fire in my heart. I'll do it.
Okay, we've shaved off some of their health. Let's hit him again. That's not bad at all, actually. Okay, what do we got going on? We have Cassia up again. Let's not immolate the soul on him. Oh god, yeah, that's a lot of veil degradation. How much health does he have? He has 25. That's a lot. Here, move into cover. Dear sweet Cassia, and shoot the ugly man. And miss. God help us. Or in this case, God help us. Oh dear, that's a lot of fire. And he just got hit with a grenade. Perfect. Okay. Charge up there and stab him. Thank you.
Smite your enemies. Let's see to it.
That's good. That's very good. Okay, I'm gonna move over here next to Urgy. And I'm gonna pull out the stub carbine. Actually, wait a second. Can I put that right beneath Argenta? Yes, I can. There you go. Enjoy the fire. They're gonna keep pushing up that corner, but they're gonna keep getting hit.
I'll do it.
3 AP. And then, shoot him.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
And miss. Oh, Lord. He's a psyker. God, I hate having to fight psychers. Psychers suck. Because for Chaos, there's very little downsides to using it. For you, there is an awful lot of downsides for them to be able to use it. That's good. Hit him with that. Okay. Keep them coming. Keep them unable to hit us. That would be real nice. Okay, we got lower health over here, but it's not that terrible. I'm not too worried.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. It will be done. Target well struck.
Okay. Do either of them really need repair? He does, kind of. Don't really want to do that right now because we're just getting... Bruh. Okay, you got 24 health. First things first. Cassia can probably handle these two guys. 26, please. Big money, big money, big money. 12.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
But of course, Lord Captain.
And then just hold there. Hold what you got. Dodge. And, move around here.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
And, charge forward. Can you hit him? Probably not. Not with that attack, anyway, but this one you can.
I'm done with this.
And he's gone. Okay, that's good. That's good. We got this corridor closed off. That's my main concern at the moment. Don't want them getting a foothold there. That would be very bad. Should we frag him? Tempted to frag him. No fragging is possible at this time. Can I move over there and then stab him in the... Yes, I can move over there and then stab him. Okay. Knife, please. Into the meat man. That's 10. And then bullet.
Not a problem for me.
Put a bullet, put a bullet.
Suits my purposes.
Out of my way!
Okay. Henrik's actually got hurt from that. That's unpleasant. So, guys, how do you feel about Volter Shells? Ooh, crit.
Doubt is for the weak.
36, 90, whatever that is.
As the Emperor commands.
That's 12.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
He's gonna have a real tough time of this. Ow. Void bite. Okay. Wait a second. That'll hit me. What about this? That will not hit me. It will hit both of them. There's a chaos spawn down.
I am a savant of destruction.
Ooh, that's good. That's very good. And let's just, smack him vigorously with a very large axe. Ooh. That not feel too good, buddy? Dude, your own guy doesn't like you very much, does he? Because he just shot the crap out of you. Oh, I love the friendly fire in this game. When it works on my side. Not to spoil things too much, but there is a very big damage dealer you can acquire later in this game, and, yeah.
Indeed.
If he ever shoots someone on your team, you're kind of screwed.
Battlefields are always drowned in
This is gonna be
scarlet.
a interesting fight. gaze. Thankfully, navigator powers don't really do anything to veil degradation, which is really good. Because, yeah. Dodge, ow. Just lit my ass on fire by dodging into the fire, which is not a good recipe for long life and happiness. There's 3 of them left. They're both down there. They're all down there, I think. Okay. He's there. He's there, he's there. Okay.
Enjoy your luck while you still draw breath. All too easy.
Stab him. I'm already on fire.
Nothing on. You don't stand a chance.
Drive me closer. I want to smack him with my sword. Okay. Can we get a grenade over there?
I refuse.
Nope. Okay. Ow. You know what? Screw it. Fire is painful. You know what else is painful? Protracted combat. Kill him. That's great, Pascal. Good man.
The Omnissiah knows all. Comprehends.
1 Chaos Cultist left. Let's kill him. I should like it if that man would die now. Decent, thank you, video game.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
Of course, no line of sight, no line of sight. Great, we can move up and start moving people up.
This battlefield in righteous fury.
Yet iron knows no pain.
And, blow him up, please. Okay. That's a full level. Densham.
It's about time.
I'm at your service.
Okay, that's everyone. Okay, there will be plenty to do here. Thankfully, I've been able to avoid what kept happening to me last time, which is getting constantly hit with chaos spawns. Because if you don't kill the anointed cultists, they will turn into chaos spawns. And that is a major issue. Okay. Oh, that's nice. I'll take that. 16, we unlock the Arch-Militant. So next chapter, we will be... next level, we will be into the really good shit. There will be way worse Chaos Munchkins to come. Some truly heinous crap in the very near future. That's what I call my kid. Thankfully, there's no way real-world children can be as bad as any Chaos Cultist. Okay. Alright.
I won't tolerate weakness.
That's better. Cultist. Take that. And for starting that out with not full health, we actually did okay. Can't complain too much. At all about that. Oh, and we got a new Psyker staff. That's good. Probably won't wind up using that immediately. I'd probably go and throw that at Jay Hadari, or, I mean, not Jay, Tummy. Adira. Retard. My favorite retard psyker.
See? Right there.
Oh. Hello.
None None shall stand in
How did we
my
miss
way.
that the first time through here? Yes, please. Loot all the bodies. Loot the corpses. What does that do? Oh, that's nice. I'm gonna give that to you. You're pretty tough. I mean, you're not Edelblard tough, but you're pretty tough.
Follow my lead.
Okay, we got all the loot in here. Okay, this is going way better than last time. Like, miles ahead is mentioned. They are coming, one following in the other's footstep, the aurora of the morning and the aurora of the evening. So, yeah. It's about to get wild, Jad. This is the part where any sane person would start crapping themselves. Because it's about to get really, really, really bad. Like, really bad.
The anarchy at the starport will distress the hallowed machine spirits of the Voidcraft, rendering them deaf to all litanies of placation. The shuttle we use for the evacuation must be handled with caution.
Yeah, so about that, here's the thing. 7 to 15, 12. 9 to 10. That is very unpleasant, Natty. Okay. Boots. Buttes. Hold up. Definitely give that to Edelbard. And, or Ablard. So I don't have to. That's still nasty. Reaper. You know, that might actually be better for Pascal. Oh, those go to her. Nope, she's keeping that. Never mind. Never mind. Give him those gloves. Got it better.
With all due respect to your faith, Hanaben, if we find a working shuttle, we will worry about restoring the machine spirit's equilibrium once we're back on board our ship.
Yeah, there's just one small, minor, inconvenient little detail. I don't think you... Of course, there are already scrawling chaos graffiti everywhere. There's just one small issue I don't think any of you are really prepared for. And, yeah, it's about to get really painful for everyone involved. As in violently painful.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
Okay, where the... God, I forgot about this. This fight's annoying. Thankfully, it's just annoying. It's not that bad, really. This is mostly here to cause you bother. It's not a,
Guided by faith.
Okay. Can you, like...
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Oh, I forgot about the mines. Mines are a problem in this match. No cigar.
Get me a target.
No, but no banana. Staff. You within range of literally anyone. Nope. Nope, he's not. Of course not.
Let's get to it.
That would make things too simple and easy.
Time to slaughter someone.
Rebel gunners. We're gonna keep getting shot right up until, Adelblard. We need to get everyone as far into this, stuck into this fight as possible.
Victory is imminent.
Of course there is.
Make it quick.
Man, these guys like their mines. A lot. Okay. pull up here, switch the stub carbine. I can kill him, probably. Nope. No, of course not. Of course not. That would make things far too simple. And let's just...
Suits my purposes.
God, that's a lot of mines. Okay.
Activating calculated fury algorithm.
Please disarm that without getting blown up.
Operation
Good boy. Okay. Alright.
running binary override.
Okay, that'll help buff a little bit.
Emperor,
Move her way up.
give me strength. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Let's make this work.
I noticed something.
Of course there was one there. God. Sometimes, video game, you bother me with your not so bright actions.
Let's get to
We really do need a clear path for all those mines. My god, that is a lot of mines.
suffered worse.
They mine the crap out of this section. I forgot about that. That's really annoying. Can I? Wait. You have to put your cursor there. There we go.
Duty prevails.
Much better. Okay. Now, let's try this. Oh, that guy's just stuck in T-pose. He's already dead. Little bugs like that. Always fun. Of course. Okay, we can move him up without getting shot. Thankfully.
I won't object to it.
And there's another mine right there. Now, of course there is. Shotgun pistol. Will the throw hammer reach that far? It will reach that far.
Let's see.
Very good.
Here we go.
Hunky dory. Okay, that's good. Can you actually get up that far? No, you can't. But you can get over here. Then you can... Wait, let's see. Hit him. Miss.
Out of my way.
I forget how annoying that shot is, because if you can actually hit, it's actually really good. But the overcharge shot on the plasma, just... It is wildly inaccurate for a very long time. Even in late game, when you start... Oh, that was unpleasant.
Nothing I can't do.
Video game. Sometimes. I swear, you're not very helpful. Okay, let's disarm that one.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Yeah, you're very good. Now shut up. Okay, pull forward. Who can you give extra to?
If I may,
Master Van Carlox, be a dear, if you would be so kind, and, run closer to him.
Let's get to it.
He's being very annoying. That's not good. Alright, Argenta,
Move through me. Be
move
the
forward.
fire in my heart. I'll do it. Faith without
Not even
deeds
once.
is worthless.
Okay. Move up next to him.
Doubt is for the weak.
Not bad. Alright. First, walk
Everyone,
forward.
step
Stab him
aside.
in the nads.
I won't object to it. Your reckoning is due.
Then I want you to run directly over there.
Someone's
Use your
death
heroic
wish
act.
is mine to grant.
Stab him
I'm
once.
done with this one.
Anyone else? Any all tramps around here? Nope. No tramps around here. I want you to run right over here.
The Emperor is on our side.
And hopefully we don't get blown up by that mine. Nope, walked right past it. And stab him. Good, clear. Alright, Argenta. Not ever anyone else. Literally just Argenta. You're going around and you're undoing all of this crap.
Never doubt me.
Of course they had to mine the crap out of the starport.
I better myself through my
I always
service.
forget how annoying the mines are. They're just
We shall prevail.
The Emperor favors
painful.
me today.
Now, where were we? I stand in recognition.
Alright, that's all of our traumas done. That's everybody selected. Okay, let's get all of these guys looted. I like Argenta. Argenta is a good character. None of the characters in this game are badly written. You actually if you actually pay attention to the game, none of them are badly written. None of them have retarded motivations. They all make sense from within the setting. I really appreciate that about this game, because a lot of games don't go through that effort. Don't try that hard. What was that? Was that what I think it is? Yeah. The chat, we just got a plasma gun. Not a plasma pistol, a gun. Is that right there? It's a whole lot of screw you and everything around you. That's nice. That is very nice. I like that a lot. That is how to say F you in capital letters. Okay, add that to cargo. So add an auto gun. Scrappy las can be gotten rid of. Add cargo, add cargo. Lance gun can be added to cargo. We don't need it. Okay. Now, wait, do I have plasma weapon proficiency? Can't be equipped by this character. No, I do not. He can't equip that. Her bolter does better damage, probably. 90-12. Oh, no, it does not do better damage than that. Let's give her that, then. Wait, can I equip bolt pistols? Nope, I can't equip bolt pistols. That is maximum suckage. Okay. We're good. We're good. Alright, that is... and that there done. Now, do we want to keep the stub carbine? Or... considering the upcoming fight, and I know what I'm getting in for, I'm gonna do it. It's gonna hurt. Probably quite a bit, but I'm gonna do it anyway. And let's check all of our armor. Can't be equipped by this character. Cargo. Everyone's got pretty darn good armor. 45. Ablard, you're getting Stormtrooper armor. That chat is Stormtrooper armor. It's very cool. I like it a lot. Now he looks like a proper badass. God, I love that chainsword. Chainsword is very sexy. Okay.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Okay, the guards are on our side for the moment. We need to go in here because if I remember correctly, there's something you can loot in there at this point. Talk to them? Nope. Is there any loot in here? Yes, there is loot in here. I did remember correctly. There are healing items. That will probably come in really handy, which means I need to restock those for everyone. My character is down quite a bit. Everyone's been using them like a bunch of little crack addicts, and it's probably a good thing they have been, because, yeah, this is gonna be rough. Rough. I do not like fighting big, scary individuals with rather horny power armor. Heard that. Lots of healing items. All the healing items. You got full, you're full. Okay. Alright. Let's save right there.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
There's nothing down there. At least visible. Game auto-saved. There we go. Oh boy. The stench of Physaline and blood blankets the starport. Echoes of shouts and gunfire drift over the landing pads. The shards of plexiglass crunch underfoot. You recognize Sergeant Malgar amid the crowd huddled next to the shuttles. He was the soldier who greeted you upon your arrival on Owlcat Minoris. A group of bloodied and frightened people is wedged between Malgar's wardens and the shuttles. You recognize them as the governor of the planet and the members of his high-ranking entourage. Their expensive attire has been torn in the fight, and many bear wounds left by bayonets. Sergeant Malgar, I demand an immediate report. What is going on here? The sergeant spins around to face you, his face a twisted grimace of anger. Our esteemed governor, his gang of cronies, have been cowering behind us, and now, when things get rough, they thought they could scarp her and leave us here to die. We've shed our blood for him and broken our backs to provide for him, and after all this, you think that's fair, you piece of grok shit? Malgar's stun baton hits the governor in the chest, causing the adornments of the governor's uniform to jingle in unison. Sergeant Malgar, the governor spits out blood and opens his mouth to respond when his head explodes. His body falls limp to the side, his eyes staring upward. The chorus of noble streams cannot be drowned out by the sergeant's spiteful whisper, "Enough, you said your piece." For generations upon generations, the nobles of this world cared for Owlcat Minoris and ensured the prosperity of its inhabitants, and this is your gratitude, peasant. For killing a nobleman, you deserve to be executed where you stand. Cassia throws out her hand and Malgar's knees buckle. My mentor was right, the rabble truly have no honor. Abelard looks at the governor's body, his brow furrowed. Madness, punishable by death. We don't have time for this, we need to get to the shuttle, now, Enric says. Persuasion. Anytime we can take one of those. Actually, we're gonna do this first. You're acting like an executioner. You think you have such a right. As much a right as they do, and they act as our executioners. We are but common subjects of the Imperium. It would seem you intend to rise up against the very foundations of the Imperium. Do you truly wish to see them dead, each and every one of them? There is nothing left to discuss. 3. Do you truly wish to see them dead, each and every one of them? I do. This decision to leave the commoners on the planet did come from the governor, but they supported it. They're accomplices. No one tried to stand up for us. Would anyone like to say anything, Sergeant Malgar? An angry murmur runs through the nobles. Some are uttering the deceased governor's name in horror. Others are begging you to kill the man. The deranged wardens, some are hoarsely wishing eternal torment upon Malgar, but none dare to raise their voice and answer you. It would seem that you intend to rise up against the very foundations of the Imperium. That's not true. I am loyal to the Imperium of man, the Imperium of the Golden Throne. I am ready to fight the darkness among the stars and aid his servants, so that his design may triumph, but I refuse to believe that the Imperium needs a bunch of arrogant nobles more than us honest workers and warriors. There's nothing left to discuss. Sergeant Malgar nods nervously. Persuasion. Another in your position could have forgotten that the Emperor protects all his subjects, but certainly not you. It is your duty to help anyone you can. Persuasion test succeeded. The sergeant frowns at you. I don't know why you stick up for these parasites. They never would have helped someone like me, but they don't deserve to die either. You're right about all that. Not all of them, at least. A dull thud comes from deep within the starport. Heavy footsteps shake the rockcrete, raising an unpleasant tremor in your bones. Remember what I said about foreshadowing? He's a word bearer.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
They are the traitorous bastard sons of Lorgar Aurelian. The word bearers. There's only one, like, really based word bearer left that I can think of. And, yeah, he's not a big fan of his dad or his legion. But he is an absolute chad. Okay, first things first. You're a... Move behind him. This is a very hard fight. I don't like fighting Chaos Space Marines, and he has a big-ass frickin' bolter. Okay, everyone's behind cover that can be. Yay, all of 2 damage. Ow. God, he has a lot of damage. Parry. Rebel leader, he needs to go. That's part of the reason. Oh god, I'm gonna go down, aren't I? Like, almost immediately. First things first. And...
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
I'll do it.
Okay, nope, let's not have that happen. That would suck.
Let me tend to your wounds.
Thank you. Now where were we?
Okay. Let's have her move out slightly.
Guided by
We need to make sure that... So the gimmick to this fight is that you have to prevent him from...
the Emperor
That's
commands.
good. And then shoot him.
I'll do it.
So you have to stop him from destroying all the shuttles, because you're going to need those.
That is for the weak.
Ablard. Switch to the bolter first.
I will do my duty.
Okay, we are hurting him. That's important.
At your beck and call. It will be done.
Okay, endure. The best we can hope for. Give me a second. Chat. Alright. Okay, Henrix. Poke him, please. First things first. Poke him. Okay, what's our veil degradation like? Not that bad at the moment, actually. As luck would have it. Switch back over. Can we reach anyone? This is the real question. I don't think we can. But we can at least put him behind some cover. Not a ton of cover, but cover nonetheless. And then we can have Pascal do a very funny thing right here. Ah. Sucks to be you.
My vow.
was not expected, but not a whole lot we can do about it at the moment. Let's use that instead.
Back into the fray. Got a problem for me.
Run up and poke him. And then endure.
I'll show you why
Hey, Lord.
navigators are feared.
Be a good man. And, let's not use that, because having him buffed would be very bad.
Indeed.
That's 10.
At your back and grey hair, sure hair.
Held in my gaze. Let's actually hit him with that if we can. No, not that one. That one.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Better. Ooh. Sucks to be you, buddy.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Nothing I can't do.
That's an action. Poke him, please.
Suits my
There
purpose.
we go. You're just buffing the crap out of them. Yes, I am. If I can beat him in this mission, I will. Also, if you are up close... Ouch. I forgot about his kick power. 18. Parry. We gotta kill him. Ow. Okay,
The
over
enemies
this
of the
way.
Emperor will be undone. I'll do it.
I think this is a rather annoying fight. Argenta, you're not doing too hot. Thankfully, neither is he. I'm just gonna have to tank that for the moment. Poke him, please. And again. Ah, we're not gonna get that, huh?
I'll put my psychic
Just not letting
abilities
me
to
do
use.
that, huh, video game? Let's see, can I? Nope. Okay, I can hit him from there.
Running by direction right.
Missed. Of course I did. Okay. Ow, all of 9 damage. That's actually pretty good considering that was trade-off against Chaos Astartes. If this was lore accurate, she would be little teeny tiny chunky bits all over the ground right now.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Thankfully.
Just a minor setback.
Ooh. Ow.
Let's get to it.
Dodged. Okay. First things first.
As the Emperor
Shoot
commands, I act. I'll do it. Rejoice in battle! Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. The pain will subside.
And she's back
I
up to
can
full.
see bright colors again.
Get me a target.
He'll Pesquiggly.
Now press on.
This guy's behavior is very, very bothersome by the end of all of this. I'm not a fan of enemies that kite off and act intelligent. I like my bad guys as dumb as possible. Ooh. Let's move over there. Charge and stab. Strike.
Already done.
Okay. Poke him. It's 10. Not as bad as it could be, all things considered.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Poke him again in the back.
Not a problem for me.
That's full 10 damage. Not bad.
Nothing I can't do.
Ow. It's 22 damage.
If I may.
If I miss that, I'm gonna be annoyed. I did not miss that. That toxic needle is actually pretty good. See, his goal here is to prevent us from leaving the planet. Our goal is to prevent him from doing so. Okay.
Let's make it quick. Hold on.
Wordbearers are an interesting traitor legion for a couple of reasons. Firstly, they are the Emperor's basically ministers. They were originally supposed to be the propaganda arm, but well, they turned out by the end of it to basically be the imperial religion arm of things, which the Emperor was not too thrilled about. Him being a filthy, filthy Reddit atheist.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Doubt is for the witches is
Okay,
why
that's
I
better.
was chosen.
But, all things considered, the Emperor was trying very hard to not
Miley.
get humanity too corrupted by chaos, and,
It will be done.
on that he kind of succeeded.
Indeed.
The Emperor of Mankind is a good example of the road to hell is paved with good intentions. He had very good intentions, indeed. The problem was, yeah.
Naturally.
Okay, that hurt him good. Sadly, Horus had other ideas, and the Chaos Gods were none too thrilled with his, actions.
I won't object to it.
Which I will repeatedly state was not his fault. Girl, it's not your fault if your enemy decides to go do something really screwed up.
Requests. I venerate you, machine spirits.
Poke him. It's close.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Okay, that's getting better. A lot better, in fact. That's painful. Not as painful as that is for you. Frag grenade at point blank range. Hell of a drug. Okay, can we... Held in my gaze.
Isn't this a job for another third painted
Okay.
black?
Chaos Space Marine down. My god, he had a hell of a health pool. First things first. Here, have that. Switch out for the long last. We're about to do the funny. If possible. Ow. Ooh, that is a little sucky for him. Keep shooting his own guys there. That's rather amusing. Yes, this is funny to me.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
The bolter shell into the paranoid. Cheese hamsters over there. Okay.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Guided by faith.
And he has one wound left.
None can escape the
That's
Emperor's
good.
judgment.
Hey, Blurred. Go forward, please. Henrix. Over there.
Foothold.
Pascal. I should like it if you defeat... Of course not. I can, though.
My time is now.
Okay. Good lord.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
Use the fricking gun to put a bullet through his... Of course not. Okay, that's mildly annoying.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
Charge up there, please, and then make the mean man's head explode.
But of course, Lord Captain.
I don't care, I'm using the psychic powers.
Let's see to it. I'm done with this.
Thank you. Okay. That guy, always an annoying one to fight. He gets a very good sniper rifle, too. Okay, Aurora. Let's get everything off of him. Big old Chaos Astartes bolter. Okay. Let's make sure we check all the loot. Sergeant Malgar is deader than a thylacine. Okay. We're gonna want to level up, aren't we? Yep. Okay, I'm gonna pick... Okay, you... You get to be my arch-militant. You also get to be an arch-militant. Master Tactician. Okay. Okay, you're gonna be an executioner, because I've seen how busted you are as an executioner. Alright. Vanguard Assassin. Vanguard. I'm also gonna pick Executioner, I think. For a lot of reasons, but one of the big ones is that Executioners are DOTs pod eximals, and if you can get them, Executioners are an absolute godsend. In some of the worst fights in here, you will beg you had more Executioners. And you rarely get them, because things. Sadly,
Victory
you need other
awaits.
people in the party. I mean, I could probably just do an entire team of executioners, but, they do have weaknesses that are covered up nicely by other groups. Arch militants are extremely useful, though. Big, big guns. And swords. Come on, video game. Thanks be to the Emperor, you are alive, your lordship. We are most gratified by your return, and the crew is full of zeal to carry out any orders you may have. Did we miss that? I think we missed that. Before anything else, I will hear an account of what happened to the system's sun. It skipped a cutscene. Okay, that's weird. Lord Captain, we saw a number of ships approaching the sun. Black creations of inhuman make, amalgams of sharp angles and edges. They surrounded the star, and then, my apologies, but I struggled to find words that could describe the terrible sight. The Xenos made the sun vanish into the void. Drukhari. Henrix closes his eyes and grimaces. You see Abelard's expression changes as if a shadow had suddenly fallen over him. He rubs his temples warily. So we did not have enough trouble on our hands already. The Xenos, enemies of humanity. A breed of Eldar, the most cruel and devious of their kind. The design of their ship matches the description provided by the Boxmaster. Henrix nods. Like all Xenos, the Drukhari are a blight on the face of the galaxy. Well, that's not quite true. But their technological superiority is indisputable. They abhor and fear warp sorcery, which is why they rely on creations of their twisted intellect, and many of those creations are capable of things that may seem akin to sorcery to the enlightened eye, to the unenlightened eye. The theft of the sun is one example of what they are capable of. Are the Xenos in league with Aurora's cultists? We can rule out that possibility. The Drukhari would never ally themselves with the arch-enemy's worshippers. If I had to name one thing that humanity and the Xenos have in common, it would be their shared loathing for warp corruption. The situation calls for immediate action, Drake. We can continue this conversation if you so wish, but right now, I believe you should assume command. Ford, do we have hope of retaking the planet? I fear that Owlcat Minoris is lost. The situation is deteriorating by the moment. We must leave this system as soon as possible. However, there are still people on the planet who have not succumbed to heresy and who are worthy of rescue. Besides the small number of our own shuttles, we have the shuttle salvaged from the starport. The dark eyes of the Sister of Battle flash. We must save as many as we can. This has all happened for a reason. Saint Argentia, whose name I carry with reverence and trepidation, is famed for saving the people of a dying world through the power of prayer. The God Emperor himself sent a star from the heavens that lifted the saint and their followers up to the sky, away from corruption and death. We must do as she did, direct all our efforts to saving those people who at this moment look at the heavens in hope for salvation. The lives of the peasants are of little value. Our primary objective is the salvation of the Holy Relic, the miraculous fusion reactor, and the electro-priests who God intended. Every moment we spend in proximity to a dying world, we are putting ourselves at risk. Your life, Lord Captain, is far more valuable than all of Owlcat Minoris. The Von Valencius dynasty cannot be allowed to perish, and so lamentable though it is, we must rule out the idea of any evacuation. Henrik's eyes, like two deep, dark pools, are resolutely fixed on you. The world is doomed, and its inhabitants along with it. The disappearance of the star was the final nudge towards death, the finale of the cult of the Final Dawn's plans. I once witnessed a similar event, a world that had surrendered to the servants of the archenemy and permitted corruption to enter too deep. At this moment, millions of people are bowing down before those who promised them salvation. They are willingly giving over their souls to chaos, a sacrifice great enough to bring forth a demon world. Our only hope of stopping the process is to retreat to a safe distance from the planet and conduct targeted bombing of the Electro-Priest Monastery. If we blow up the reactor, a thermonuclear reaction will follow. The world's oxygen will evaporate, killing off the entire biosphere. In doing this, we will save millions of souls from a fate far worse than death, and we will save Raikat Minoris from becoming an outpost of the archenemy. Only death can rescue these people. The Undying One has reached out his hand to this world. It is time for him to reap his harvest. We must not reject his design, lest millions of names never reach him, and instead perish in the depths of the Empyrean. Death is a mercy, Dom and Drake. Kibble puts in her 2 cents, of course. Whatever fate you choose for this world, I urge you to make haste, Lord Captain, Cassio says. The planet is burning in a raging flashes of crimson and purple. I can see it from orbit, as do I see that the storm is already upon us. With every moment that we waste, it grows ever more difficult and perilous to steer the ship through the warp's turbulent currents. I'm with the lady on this. Enough talking, we need to get out of here while we still can. That's Adira. Something lurking in the depths of your consciousness bristles with the passing thought of saving people. The spike of horror you feel takes your breath away, as if you are planning to steal the prey of a mighty predator. The planet is already wrapped in a thread stretching out from the warp. It deserves to have a new master. Which of the planet's inhabitants can we evacuate? The nobles you have rescued at the starport have given the coordinates of shelters where we can find surviving aristocrats and their families. As for Sergeant Malgus' troops, they will help to control the crowds of frightened commoners and prevent the shuttles from being overloaded. Why can we not try to evacuate at least some of the people? For the simple reason that the transformation process will soon become irreversible, and our sole weapon against it useless. The energy released by the bombardment could stoke the warp energies. I have never witnessed the aftermath of bombing a demon world before, but there is enough evidence of such attempts for me to say with confidence that you do not want to see it. The miraculous fusion reactor must be saved. Any delay caused by loading and transporting to the ship will cost us precious time. Do not deceive yourself, Drake. If you indulge your vanity, you will doom billions to eternal torment at the hands of the archenemy. Do not forget yourself, Interrogator. One more objection from you, and I shall forget all about the need to deliver you to Footfall alive. You detect a flicker of something beneath Henrik's sanguine mask. Whatever it may be, it does not seep into the interrogator's dispassionate voice. In that case, I consider it necessary to point out that the mark of the arch-enemy could infiltrate the ship with the priests escorting the reactor. Keep that in mind for the future. Consider it done. It is likely our shuttles will have capacity to evacuate some people, both as well. Have the pilots extract all the commoners who have not yet converted? Have the nobles deserved? I wonder if I can get bribes out of this. I usually go with the second, but I'm going to go with the first. Consider it done. In dialogue, that's good. The bridge is in upheaval. Technomax's prayers mix together in a senseless cacophony, while servitors work hastily to remove a hardened crust of sacred unguents from the warp engine's components. In the middle of all this tumult stands Pascal with a data slate clutched in his hand, seemingly disconnected from the flurry of activity around him. What is going on here? The warp sextant is not responding to commands. The ship's spirit is rejecting our prayers in anger. I am currently calculating a plea that might appease the noble spirit. Magos, if you do not bring this situation under control, we will all perish. Act swiftly. Pascal shoots you a fierce look of pride and says with gravity, "You are right. This is my temple." His voice booms with power. "Tech comrades, heed my instruction." The mayhem immediately subsides, and the crew's actions fall into some indiscernible logic. The Omnissiah servants start working in sync, and the binary clamor becomes a symphony of reports, which the Magos coordinates like a skillful conductor. Admirably done, Pascal. The Omnissiah guides me. Step up for the Cogitator. The huge machine in front of you is lit with dozens of vid screens, hundreds of lumens. The blinking lights and endless rush of symbols and digits on the green background makes your eyes water, and a vague sense of alarm simmers in the depths of your mind. The typical reaction of a layperson when confronted with the magnitude of the Omnissiah's creation. Among the numerous controls, you see the mouth of a cyber gargoyle, the same as at the gate at the warrant chamber. Pascal's voice becomes imbued with imperious force. Servants of the machine god, heed my command, acolytes. Prepare the incense instrumentation for the liturgy of machine spirit propitiation. Senior technomats recite the prayer to generate a current data report. Operations will be marked with the campanological protocol of Messiah Rejoice. I must inform you that for the purposes of safety, complete reassembly of the warp sextant and updating of its datasmith blessings are required. If this is not done, then at launch, the volume of aggregate calculation errors could result in the destruction of the data crypts. But as we do not have 100 hours at our disposal, we must omit this procedure. Pascal looks down at the data slate in his hand, a minor deviation from the rite of operation for the sake of us appeasing the machine spirit. What must I do? Place your hand inside the throat of the Cogitator Guardian, the Cyber Gargoyle, which has been assigned to guard the forbidden data crypts. The dynastic blood extracted from your veins will serve as a key to the data core, where the machine spirit dwells. To it we will offer our prayers so that we may bypass the protective protocol for defective connections and launch the warp sextants. Pascal's voice grows quieter. The law of the Omnissiah knows no exceptions, and so in this ritual I will remain at your side to placate the wrathful machine spirit, in whose abode you will be intruding. Follow my liturgies, Lord Captain, and may we receive his blessing. Place your hand in the Cyber Gargoyle's mouth. The metal jaws clamp down on your hand, breaking your delicate corporeal sheath and releasing warm red liquid into its gullet. At the same moment, the image screen on the vid screen changes before you changes. Connecting 0001. Connecting 000.2. Connecting 0000.3. Success. Register 789.000344. Act.says init ID 8627 nom OS operate respect act. Gesture at the vid screen. What does it all mean? At the sound of your voice, the Cogitator's servant, whose bronze-bound skeleton is built into the Cogitator housing, shudders with a screech. Its skull rotates towards you and then stops in that position. Benevolent code, a voice receptor. Pascal emits a sequence of binary signals and then is silent for several seconds. I hypothesize that this defect is located in the analyzer block. I register a reaction to the signal, but no processed response. A temporary override is permissible. Demagos intently studies the vid screen. The shell was created on a forge world unknown to me, initiating standard invocation of the machine spirit. Pascal leans over the adjacent instrument panel and sets his hands on the controls. At the same time, a quiet stream of machines code begins pouring forth from his box. What should I do now? Lord Captain, I now ask you to address the machine spirit. Speak the following command. By my authority, I revoke the inviolability protocol of the warp engine. The voice receptor will receive the vocal entry. Without your sanction, the machine spirit will not accept the data from the warp sextant. By my authority, I revoke the inviolability protocol of the warp engine. Pascal, one of the Cogitator's vid screens turns red. Pascal sees this and raises his hand, signaling to the rest of the tech priests. Then withdraws a connector from his sleeve and connects it to the machine. Servants of the Omnissiah, make now the offering of cleansed data crypts to the machine spirit so that it may be filled with their true and calibrated data. May the Omnissiah have mercy on our souls. In meek solemnity, the acolytes offer up the cleansed data crypts to the warp engine one after another, repeating prayers of exaltation. After anointing the contacts with sacred unguents, Pascal inserts them in the Cogitator's slots. You your head begins to spin from the holy censer's foul-smelling clouds of smoke and from the loss of blood that the cyber gargoyle continues to drink from you, and the world swims before your eyes. Let the mechanism awaken in renewed purity. Pascal enters a sequence of commands and raises his head, watching the vid screen. Suddenly, he stops. No. His fingers fly over the command runes, entering command after command, his mechadendrites clicking their pincers pull at one lever after another. The vid screen fills with strings of symbols, completely incomprehensible to you, but clearly conveying something to the Magos. What is happening? After a few seconds, one of the data crypts mounted on the cogitator begins to emit sparks. A moment later, another data crypt does the same. The next bursts into flame and gives off foul-smelling smoke. Around you, the omniscience servants break off from their prayers and someone bursts into frantic pleading. Pascal mournfully grates out. The mass of errors in the warp sextant's calculation is destroying the data repositories. The offering did not appease the ship's spirit. The warp engine cannot be filled with the motive force. We are trapped. A moment later, the Magos continues uncertainly. Perhaps an alternative Rizian protocol or an emergency launch of the auxiliary coils. The tech priest bends over the cogitator, but something in his pose and movements reveals his desperation. While the vid screens are filled with more and more strings of symbols, the monitor in front of you blinks and its static image changes. Pascal is too engrossed in his ritual to notice. Read the information on the vid screen. Input, pack, comp, nom, os, stab, true, os, stab, nom, false, stat.check init, perturb, reg, disturb, reg, nom, os, operate, resp, query. 3. Query, what query? The cogitator's servant creaks quietly in its joints in a sound that is drowned out by binaric hymns and the tapping of runes. Prompt. Nom, os, ping, nom, os, rec, resp, nom, os, operate, dot, resp, dot, injury, nom, os, dot, resp, rescue, nom, underscore, os, operate, dot, resp, query. Rescue. Yes, Machine Spirit, rescue us. Lord Captain, the excess emotion in your command will render it unintelligible to. Pascal turns to you. Pascal's next vocalization goes unsynthesized as he sees the vid screen begin to stabilize one after another. The strings frenetically galloping across the green backgrounds are replaced with stable images of regularly updating status reports. Only one monitor remains inexplicably red. The tech priest, Vox, crackles in shock, but his report is as clipped and clinical as ever. Registering, warp sextant activated. Registering, data stream stabilization. Registering, 0 data errors found. Reporting, the warp engine is ready for translation. After a pause, Pascal adds, I am also reporting evidence indicating a Category 3 miracle fulfilling the criterion thou shalt witness the mechanism that toils in glorification of its function and in defiance of deactivation. Master Helmsman Revor, Lord Captain, Revor here. The crew are almost finished carrying out the orders given earlier, and I've just received information from the engineering halls. I don't know what you did, but the warp's engine's up and raring to go. We are ready to begin the translation to the warp, your lordship. What just happened? Pascal pauses. I hypothesize that the ship's spirit heard our prayers and intervened. It summoned the power of the Omnicide to do something beyond my comprehension. I know little of the Omniscience sacred machines, but what I saw on the screen looked strange. A non-standard output of information lost in the data core. The servitors used as data conduits are not always fully lobotomized. Fragments of their thoughts can appear even in pure code. Pascal falls silent, immersed in thought. Oh yeah, servitors, by the way, are, I've said this before on previous streams, but they are, they're lobotomized humans. It appears the Omnicide perceives and knows the power of your faith, Pascal. He would not have worked a miracle otherwise. I hope he will grant me a revelation that will allow me to comprehend the nature of this miracle. Pascal's vox buzzes with wonder and an undercurrent of exaltation. Contact Revor. The Lord Captain speaking. I give the order to commence translation to the warp. Waiting for you to ascend the Captain's throne, Lord Captain. May the Emperor protect us. And here we go. Now it is time to GTFO as quickly and as efficiently as possible.
Attention. Preparation procedures for warp translation have been initiated.
Yeah, you don't want to have open windows when you're about to go into the Immaterium. That would mean that the demons could walk along the outside and tempt you to try and go through them. Shutter those bad boys up. And here we are.
The Von Valancia's flagship made its way out of the doomed star system. As the void shift plunged deeper into the Coronis expanse, the rogue trader's subjects bid a formal farewell to the late head of the dynasty, Theodora von Valancius. Having paid their last respects, the crew gathered their strength and braced themselves for whatever was to come next.
And we are officially out of that section. Rykad Minoris is finished. Voxmaster Victus, Lord Captain, allow me to report our journey through the warp is coming to an end. Lady Navigator Orselio informs me that we have reached the point where we can translate to real space in the Fabundus system. The Lady Navigator and her pilots are awaiting your permission to begin the process. The Fabundus system is home to Footfall, the only Imperium outpost with a functioning wharf in the Coronis expanse. The tech priests are begging you to have mercy on the machines worn down by the warp and to allow the servants of the Omnissiah to inspect and heal the void ship's wounds in the dock. The prayers and rituals will take some time, which our astropathic choir will use to establish a connection with the prime worlds of your protectorate, Dargonus, Janus, and Kiovagama. Master Zachary Wise has recovered an invitation previously adrift in the Immaterium. The Liege of Footfall has humbly requested an audience with the rogue trader of the Von Valancius dynasty. According to Master Zachary, the message was tinted with shades of pleading, I quote. Apparently the Liege is anxious to meet as soon as possible. Footfall. The place where filth and sanctity go hand in hand. Reverend Hieronymus Della Rosso will most likely expect a visit from me. I imagine he will be interested in talking to you as well, Drake. I will be leaving your lordship when we arrive on Footfall. Once that is done, Drake, consider the Lord Inquisitor's task complete. Spoilers, that doesn't happen. Your lordship. Young Yvain Winterscale has asked me to convey his gratitude for your hospitality and for saving him from certain death. Not wishing to outstay his welcome, he plans to disembark at Footfall. Lord Yvain swears he will not forget his debt to you. I hereby inform the rogue trader that during a comprehensive system inspection raid, this unit discovered data clusters within the captain's cogitator that are concealed from prying eyes by means of a personal cipher and a sacrament of algorithmic authorization. Unit Drake von Valancius has been added to the access list and assigned the identifier Keeper 2. This unit can access the data from the captain's cogitator, provided that he possesses the decryption key. You detect a hint of something resembling curiosity in Pascal's mechanical voice. Tell the Lady Navigator I give her leave to make the translation from the warp into real space. Alright. Vigdis begins issuing instructions. The massive ship appears to change with her every word. The bridge is set in motion as hundreds of people start to prepare for the ship to real space, and measured chanting fills the corridors to safeguard the vessel and its crew. Voxmaster Vigdis turns to you once again. One more thing, Lord Captain. No one at the station knows about Lady Theodora's demise and you inheriting the title. Liege Takara will be informed. It is required so that we can use the dock, and besides, he is expecting a personal audience. With the Lord Trader, he will not meet with an unknown person of unclear standing. However, there is still a matter of announcing your arrival. You can arrive on the station with the proper pomp and ceremony, or choose to visit incognito. I have decided. Tell the Liege I will arrive incognito. It will be done, Lord Captain. With your gracious permission, I will return to my duties. Alrighty then. Okay. So, I think that is where we're going to call it. It is 10:40 here. I am going to log off after this. And I will save right there. And I will see you all in the morning. Well, actually, day after tomorrow. I will see you all Friday with a video, possibly, depending on whether or not things calm down around here. If not, you will definitely see me on Sunday with the War Thunder streams as per usual. I will be back next Wednesday with more Road Trader. And, yeah. That's what's going on the channel. So everybody who stopped by, Sandy, Natty, Arid Hale, Ben, Grizzled, everyone who came by, I really appreciate it. I am gonna sign off here. Thank you all very much for stopping by, and until next time, this has been Pete, the Reticle Nerd, signing off.